determination that that disc is consistent with the court's order and reflects those redactions. If there's a way to do it outside the presence of the jury to make the record complete with the consent of defense, I think we ought to do that.
Well, Mr. King, have you checked the disc?
We have, Judge. We've checked it and double-checked it, and we firmly believe that it comports with the court's order.
In light of that, then, is there a need to have it, Dr. Reed establish any foundation, or can we just proceed with the redacted disc?
Can I have just a minute?
Yes.
That's fine, Judge.
We can just proceed?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's do that then. So, Mr. Brockler, don't make any reference to a new disc or anything like that, and Dr. Reed should not make any reference to a new disc. We'll just treat it as though it's the same disc that was playing yesterday.
And Your Honor, are we going to then treat this exchange, just for purposes of the future record, as a stipulation as to the foundation of this disc with the changes that have been made? Without giving up on any other prior objections that have been made.
Yes, my understanding is the defense is simply agreeing that the new disc, and when I say the new disc, I'm talking about the new version of P-TR-1008 that's here today, is the same as the version of P-TR-1008 that was here yesterday, that was being played for the jury yesterday, and that was stopped, with the only exception that the one today has the redactions that we talked about, which appear at paragraphs, I believe it's 81, 84, and 87 of motion D-264 small a. Right, Mr. King?
Yes, Judge, and it occurs to me that we probably should relabel the original exhibit as a court's exhibit at this point, so it doesn't get confused with the correct one.
All right. When you say the original, I want to make clear that you're talking about the one that was actually playing yesterday.
That's right. That's the one I'm talking about.
Because there's been another version of this tape already introduced as a court trial exhibit. That's the one before the sound was enhanced. So we'll mark this one. What's next? Is it 41? Are we up to 43? It should be 43? Okay, so we'll mark the version of P-TR-1008 that was being played yesterday as C-TR-43. All right? With that, are we ready to proceed?
People are, Your Honor.
With the court's indulgence, may I make a brief record and motion regarding some of the testimony or videotape that the jury watched yesterday?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would like to start out by saying that we maintain and in no way waive any of the objections or arguments that we've made in our previous motions D-201, D-221, D-248, D-249, and D-264A with respect to the statements of Mr. Holmes on these videotapes as a whole, and also with respect to all of the specific statements identified in motion D-264A. And having said that, at this time, the defense moves for a mistrial. The basis for this motion for a mistrial is that yesterday, as the court knows, shortly before we recessed for the day, the jury heard, played on Exhibit 1008, a lengthy discussion between Dr. Reed and Mr. Holmes in which they discussed the charged offenses in great detail. And this discussion between Mr. Holmes and Dr. Reed was the subject of paragraph 70 in motion D-264A. And while the defense maintains that all of the statements and all of the statements specifically described in D-264A are admissible, we're moving for a mistrial now after the jury has heard these particular statements because Mr. Holmes' detailed statements about the offense are among the most problematic and unconstitutional from the defense's perspective. We do anticipate that there will be some more discussion of the offenses between Dr. Reed and Mr. Holmes in future videos, but this is, from my recollection, the first time on Exhibit 1008, which is segment 6 of the videotape, that they really get into the details about what happened in the theater, and so that's why we're making this motion now, after the jury has actually heard that evidence being played in the courtroom. As just a few examples among many others, the jury has now heard Mr. Holmes state in his own words that he shot at people who tried to run away, that he did so because he can't, quote, can't have people running away. They've heard his detailed description of his difficulty reloading the AR-15. They've heard his affirmative response to Dr. Reed's statement that you wanted to kill people. We've heard his response to Dr. Reed's question whether, if anyone in the theater had made a surrendering motion, would you have shot that person, as well as his statement that he was prepared to shoot a theater employee taking out the trash if necessary. The defense maintains, as we always have, that the introduction of these statements violates Mr. Holmes' Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, his Sixth Amendment right to counsel and a fair trial by an impartial jury, his Eighth Amendment right to a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding, and his 14th Amendment right to due process, as well as Colorado Constitution Article 2, Sections 16, 18, 20, 23, and 25. And we also maintain the introduction of these statements violates Colorado Rule of Evidence 401 and 403. Even assuming some of these statements are arguably probative of sanity, many of them are far more probative of guilt, and so their admission creates a substantial risk for unfair prejudice that outweighs their probative value. We understand, well, and let me also say that the statements violate these constitutional and evidentiary provisions, not only because of the content of the statements themselves, which directly discuss the charged offenses, but also because of the form in which they were introduced through a videotape of Mr. Holmes himself, providing what we maintain and have always maintained as compelled testimony to the jury. And we understand and we respect that the court has previously ruled on these issues in various contexts throughout the course of pretrial litigation in this case. But now that these statements have actually been introduced in front of the jury, we felt the need to make a further record and request a mistrial. And lastly, I would add that because of the way the prosecution has chosen to present its case, these statements are being introduced affirmatively in the prosecution's case in chief, rather than in limited rebuttal to specific evidence of insanity that's been presented by the defense. In other words, they're being used by the prosecution on offense rather than in defense, and they're not being selectively introduced in response to specific evidence that we've actually introduced. And we understand that they ultimately have the burden of proof on insanity, but Dr. Reed's testimony is being sandwiched in between other evidence and testimony that bears on guilt, not sanity. And the context in which these statements are being presented makes any limiting instruction especially ineffective. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court in Buchanan versus Kentucky and Kansas versus Cheever, which are cases that we've cited extensively in our pretrial motions on this issue, discuss evidence from a court-ordered psychiatric examination as admissible for a limited rebuttal purpose. And the Cheever court specifically has acknowledged in a footnote, the Supreme Court pretty clearly stated in a footnote in Cheever that its holding suggests a constitutional ceiling on the scope of expert testimony that the prosecution may introduce in rebuttal in cases like this. And it didn't resolve conclusively what that ceiling is because that issue wasn't before the court. But it's our position, and this is a new argument in addition to the arguments that we've already made pre-trial on this issue.
Let me stop you there. This new argument is untimely. This new argument should have been made before Dr. Reed testified, not now. Why are you making it now? If you're gonna, hold on, if you're gonna make it now, make it an appeal, or make it later in a post-conviction proceeding if there is a conviction. It doesn't make sense to make it now. What can I do now?
The motion is a motion for a mistrial, Your Honor, and we believe it's timely because the
Ms. Nelson, as a lawyer, you can't wait until evidence is presented and then object and say, wait a minute, this is unfair. They're calling Dr. Reed an offense. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Dr. Reed has been on the stand now for what, 5 days? You can't, if you were going to object to that, you should have objected before he took the stand. So as to that argument, it's untimely. And you can't raise it at this time. I can't do anything about it. Now, in terms of the other argument, if you want to continue to supplement the record, I'll let you do that. But this argument about the prosecution improperly calling Dr. Reed in their case in chief, that argument is untimely.
Perhaps I can clarify a bit for the court. I understand what the court is saying, I do. And we did not object to Dr. Reed's testimony in general when he took the stand. The reason that we're making this specific motion at this particular time is because it relates to the introduction as a whole of the statements about the offense, which were played for the jury yesterday.
Right, but you said that at least your last argument, Ms. Nelson, has to do with the fact that the prosecution put on this evidence in their case in chief. And what I'm telling you is, to the extent that you think there's anything unfair about that or anything improper about that, this argument is untimely. And I'm not going to hear it now. You can raise it later. You should have raised it if it needed to be raised before he testified. So to the extent that you're saying there is anything unfair or improper about either the videotape or Dr. Reed testifying at this juncture in the proceedings, that argument is untimely. I'm not hearing it right now.
I understand the court's position, and I respect the court's ruling on that. I respectfully disagree because the argument is targeted specifically at the statements about the offense, which didn't come into evidence until yesterday. And just for the purposes of the appellate record, Your Honor, I would request an opportunity to finish my argument and make a complete record on that point.
Well, I think you made your record. Is there anything else you need to add?
Well, in addition to Cheever and Buchanan, I would like to cite to People versus Rosenthal, 617 P. 2nd, 551, Colorado, 1980, which is distinguishable somewhat on its facts, but I think applies to the situation because it involves the prosecution's affirmative use of statements that were made in a psychiatric examination during their case on the merits. So for these reasons, we respectfully move for a mistrial at this time.
With respect to your other argument, let me ask you, did your expert on mental health, Dr. Gurr, speak to your client about the offenses?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does the prosecution want to respond?
Only to say two things. One, this is a complete surprise to us, and if the court had expected that we would confer with each other before making such written or oral motions, as this is not an objection, this is a motion. That didn't happen here, Your Honor, and I was surprised to have Ms. Nelson take the podium and raise this, and we are unprepared to rebut in greater detail. Having said that, other than the issue that the court addressed as untimely, I'm unaware of any new argument to be advanced by the defense that hasn't already been addressed by this court, and we would rely upon that prior rule.
All right, thank you. First of all, Mr. Brockler is absolutely right. Counsel should have conferred before they raised this motion, so that was improper. I have said before you raise issues with me, you have to try to confer and try to come to an agreement on them, or at least let the other side know, just out of professionalism, let the other side know, hey, we're intending to raise a motion for mistrial. That's the, I think, just a courteous thing to do with opposing counsel. So that was improper. That's number one. Number two, I think to the extent that there's a new argument about the juncture in which Dr. Reed is being called, or the videotaped interview by Dr. Reed or the defendant is being played, that argument is completely untimely, and it is rejected on that basis. I am not addressing the merit of that argument because it is untimely. There's no difference between that argument being raised now or being raised later at a later proceeding. There's nothing I can do at this point. I'm not going to call a mistrial because the defense either forgot or chose not to raise the argument in a timely fashion. It doesn't work like that. So that argument is rejected as untimely. And despite what Ms. Nelson attempted to do at the end in terms of rephrasing the argument or in terms of explaining why she was raising it and connecting it to the previous argument, her argument was clear that she thinks it's improper for the prosecution to call Dr. Reed on offense, as she put it, or to play this videotape on offense. That argument, if it was going to be made, should have been made before Dr. Reed took the witness stand. There was no motion made. There was no objection at all. The defense knew when Dr. Reed was called because the people said, we called Dr. Reed, and Dr. Reed took the witness stand. The defense was silent on that issue and can't be heard to complain about it now. In terms of the other arguments, to the extent that these are arguments that I have already addressed, I stand by my rulings. So to the extent that it's just repeating the same arguments, I reject them for the same reasons I have rejected them before. As I explained in one of my previous orders, by definition almost, a court-appointed sanity examiner has to talk to the defendant about the offenses in question. Dr. Metzner did that, and I don't recall there being an objection with respect to that as it relates to Dr. Metzner, but there's an objection with respect to that as it relates to Dr. Reed. The defense's expert did that, and obviously that was with the defense's consent. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, if we like what an expert ends up saying, or if we like the evaluation, then it's okay for the expert to talk to our client about the offenses in question. But if we don't like it, or we don't think it's favorable, then we're going to object to it and say it's unconstitutional. You can't have it both ways. And so there's nothing improper with Dr. Reed having talked to the defendant about the offenses in question. Of course he spoke to the defendant about the offenses in question. I asked him to do an evaluation and to determine whether Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the commission of the act. He has to talk to him. He had to talk to him about the offenses in question. To the extent that there was an argument or an objection that was aimed at specific statements in the videotape, and that it's not just an objection to having Dr. Reed generally talk to the defendant about the offenses in question, those objections and those arguments are untimely. They should have been raised in motion D-264 small a. That motion, by the way, was a lengthy motion, and my order was a lengthy order, and I went through each objection in that motion, and based on my analysis, I order that the videotaped interview be redacted in some places. In other places, I ordered that it didn't need to be redacted. It didn't need to be redacted. To the extent that the objection is to specific questions or specific statements in that videotape, those are untimely. Those should have been raised in motion D-264A. And so to the extent that those are different than just a general objection to having Dr. Reed speaking to the defendant about the offenses, those arguments and objections are rejected as untimely and improperly raised as well. So for all those reasons, the motion for mistrial is denied as meritless. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. No, we're done. Thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, members of the jury. How's everyone doing? Good. It's good to have you back. As you might remember, at the end of the day yesterday, the prosecution was in the middle of publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1008. And my understanding is that the prosecution will resume publishing that exhibit where they left off yesterday. Before they do that, however, I want to give you the instruction that I've been giving you throughout the publication of the videotape. And so I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. All right, with that, Mr. Brockler, do you want to proceed with publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1008? Yes, Your Honor. All right, you may proceed.
No, there was a guy there, a guard there. What are you doing with the bags on your hands?
Oh, he's doing like sock puppets or something.
Then what happened?
Then they took me down to booking and did all the fingerprinting, strip search, all that stuff.
As you're at the station and it's done, not only is it done, but you're now contained. What's the feeling that you have?
What's going to happen next, kind of a thing.
Okay, what's going to happen next? Any other feelings come to mind?
Just that feeling that it's finished.
Okay. Was there anything else? You said finished. Can you think of anything else that needed doing?
No.
Eventually, they took you to the Arapahoe County Jail.
Right.
How long afterward was that the same day that they took you to the Arapahoe County Jail?
What's the question?
Did they take you to the Arapahoe County Jail on the same day?
On that Friday, yeah.
So you didn't have to spend the night in a lockup at Aurora PD?
I was in the interrogation almost all night. And they took me in the morning.
Did they offer you any food or water or things
In
like
the
that?
jail, yeah.
Chance to use the restroom?
I was in a cell with a John.
Once you left the Aurora County Jail, did they tell you where they were taking you? Or the Aurora lockup? Did they tell you where they were taking you?
No, they didn't tell me. They just took me there.
Okay. What was it like to go to court? You've been in court several times. What was it like the first time, for example?
Oh, I don't remember what. I think I was just trying to pay attention.
The first time you went to court, they would have had to bring you from the Arapahoe County Jail to court, right?
Yeah, there's a tunnel underground that goes. Yeah.
And you're sitting in court for some procedure hearing. I'm not sure I know the name of it. There's a judge. You're sitting there. Your lawyer. What do you remember about that event?
I don't remember anything from it.
You remember the judge talking?
I know he talked. I don't remember what he talked about.
Okay. You remember anything about being in court?
No,
What the room looked like?
it's the same room that I've been in.
Okay, what does the room look like? What's it look like?
Oh, it's hard to describe the room. Well, the jury seat. The jury walks to a table. I sat at the table.
Okay.
The prosecutor sat at a different table.
Did it make you nervous to be in court?
I don't think so, no.
You've got somebody up there, the judge, that's...
I don't have to do anything. I just sit there.
the judge has got his fate in your hands, and it's out of your hands. Because he's got your fate in his hands, and it's out of your hands.
Right. So there's nothing I really need to do.
Do you like it when your fate's in other people's hands?
No.
But it didn't bother you in the court, as far as you remember.
Right, yes.
How about other times in court, hearings and things like that? Do you remember those times?
They all started to blend together. Oh yeah, I remember seeing specific witnesses and stuff.
What was the last time you were in court? Or roughly when?
Maybe 2 weeks ago, I think.
Do you remember what was being talked about in that hearing or that event?
Yeah, they were asking professional witnesses or professional experts on their procedures and qualifications.
Okay.
So firearms and tool marks specialists, gunshot residue specialists.
Okay. Of course, that's much more recent, and it's as you are today, not necessarily as you were 2 years ago. I'm real interested in how you perceived things in court 2 years ago, or 18 months ago.
Just that I wished it would go faster than it was going. Take it long.
Once you got to Arapahoe jail, Dr. Woodcock saw you there, I think, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember Dr. Sather?
Yes, I think he was the treating psychiatrist at the jail, maybe.
That may be Dr. Mosier.
That's Dr. Mosier, yeah. Dr. Sather, no, I don't remember.
Okay. Tell me about Dr. Mosier. What's your experience early on with Dr. Mosier, if you remember?
He just asked if I was having side effects with the medication.
Were there medications early on?
No, they came at the fall incident.
Okay. One of the things I seem to notice is that at jail, almost no one talks to you.
All right, they'll talk when they serve dinner, basically. Just like hellos and kind of thing.
If you were to talk to them, do you think they'd talk to you more or not?
Oh, yeah, I think they're open to communication.
Here, people talk to you a lot.
There's not much else to do. Yeah, they talk a lot, so that's a downside for me.
That's a downside for you. So the fact that this is a little more, slightly different word, a little more social place, is a downside for you? Is that what you would say or not what you would say?
Yeah, it's fair to say.
Okay. With the notebook, you sent some other things. You remember what else you sent with the notebook?
Can you give me some sort of context?
What else? Do you remember what else was in the package besides the notebook?
Burned currency.
Tell me about the burned currency.
Well, I figured I wouldn't have any use for money afterwards, so I destroyed the currency.
Was that all your money?
No, it's about as much as I could take out from the ATM machine.
Tell me what that process was. What did you do in terms of getting the money?
I rode my bike over to the ATM machine and tried to pull out as much money as I could with my debit card and my credit card.
How much did you get?
I think $400 or $600.
Okay. What day was this?
I don't know.
Was it the day that you mailed it or
No,
close to that
it
day?
was close to that date,
Okay.
early July.
So you took the money out. What were your thoughts as you decided to go get the money, as you got the money? One thought you mentioned that I won't have much need for money.
Right.
What else? Any other thoughts? Or?
No, not really. That was the main one.
What did you think Dr. Fenton would think or infer from finding the money in the package?
Well, one of the reasons I didn't stay with Benton was because my insurance was going to get canceled because I dropped out graduate school. And she charged like $80 an hour, so it would have been unreasonable to have sessions without the insurance.
What does that have to do with sending money with the notebook?
That money didn't matter anymore.
But I asked you what Fenton would think, and your answer was something having to do with what she charged for sessions. I don't understand the connection between that and the money that's in the package.
Money was a factor in me not continuing on the therapy with Benton.
And we know that. But why put money in the package? You weren't going to have any more sessions.
Right.
Why send her money?
I was sending her burnt money.
Why send her burnt money?
To show that that was a reason why I didn't come back to her.
At the time, did you expect that she would put all that together? Because it's very confusing to me.
At the time, I don't know what I was thinking.
Any other reason you think that you included the money, particularly that it was burnt? It was burnt in a certain way, wasn't it, on the corners?
Yeah, that didn't mean anything special.
Okay. Why was it burnt on the corners and not elsewhere?
So it could still be identifiable as money.
Okay. And once again, what she would think when she opens it up and sees burnt currency, what do you think she was likely to think about that, or to think that you were communicating to her?
That money was an issue.
An issue for?
For the shooting.
That money was an issue for the shooting?
Yeah.
That's what you just said. I don't understand.
Well, if I'd stayed and got further treatment from her, I might have not done the shooting.
Okay. That also kind of tells me that you had money that you could have paid her to stay. You could have covered the sessions.
Yeah, I could have paid for it.
At the time, the thing you said to them, to her and Feinstein, were that you were no longer a student, so the sessions wouldn't be covered. My understanding is they said, we can find a way to deal with that. Did you ever, as far as you remember, think or mention that you could cover some sessions yourself?
That's true, they offered more sessions in the summer, but there would still be the problem of having therapy ended and then having no renewals for the drugs.
Do you really think that would have interfered with your getting prescriptions? Is that really what you think was
Yeah, I think
a
it
reason
would have
that you couldn't
stopped
continue?
the prescriptions.
Yeah. That's not what they were telling you, though, was it? They were telling you that they could continue the prescriptions and continue the visits.
Up until the insurance was out.
And you had lots of money in the bank,
Right.
and your folks had money.
Yeah.
You stopped. You decided to stop seeing her. And left at that point and said goodbye, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to move to something else that won't take very long, but is there anything that, I guess particularly the attorneys have said that you really should let me know that I haven't asked about or you haven't thought to mention?
No, they just said, be yourself.
Can you think of anything that I ought to be asking about, but I'm not asking about?
No.
Anything that you'd like to share with me that you haven't shared with me?
Nope.
Okay. May I take your pulse again?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Now let me go to another area here. I promise it won't interfere with dinner, okay?
Okay, good.
You talked about how depressed you'd been. You talked about the possibility that you had a mania of some sort.
Yeah.
You called it dysphoric mania.
Right.
I think we asked if you'd had other symptoms that you thought were associated with mania. Some of those that we might not have talked about was times when you didn't need sleep. You mentioned that you had difficulty sleeping.
Yeah.
Were there times when you didn't need to sleep more than 2 or 3 hours a night, 4 hours a night?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Times when you went out and bought lots of things that you didn't need. Spending sprees, if you will. Major spending sprees.
Yeah, on all the weapons and armor and stuff.
You've described a purpose for those things.
Right, so I didn't need them.
Okay. It's not like they piled up in your apartment in unopened boxes or something. They serve their purpose, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Anything else that you spent a lot of money on in the 5 or 6 months of early 2012?
No, not really.
A lot of this we've already covered in the course of our chats. You mentioned PTSD, and then you mentioned that you couldn't think of an event.
Which caused it? I think it's more chronic stress.
You've now had a very stressful event.
I don't think I have PTSD.
Okay, then that was my question.
Okay.
Are there times that you think a lot about the shootings?
Well, in
Even
court, they bring it up all.
How about when you're not in court? Sitting in the jail, sitting here.
Well, the jail reminds me of the shootings as well.
Are there times when it comes back to you and vividly?
Kind of intrusive and vividly, yeah.
Okay. You said kind of intrusive, is that what you said?
Yeah, intrusively.
Okay. In those times when it comes back vividly, do you recall or experience things differently from what you just talked with me about?
No, I don't go through the whole shooting like that. I just kind of think about there's the shooting.
Okay, you think about it. And your thoughts when you think about it, in what way do you think about it? What is it? What's the effect of your thinking about it? effect does it have on you to think about it?
It has a kind of distraction, kind of a distracting effect.
Distracting?
So it distracts me from sitting alone in my cell.
Okay. Something to distract you. Any other effect it has on you?
No, I don't think so.
Distracting when you're sitting alone sounds a little like that might be a good effect, something that would pass the time for you, but I may be misunderstanding that. Am I misunderstanding?
It does pass the time, but I wouldn't say it was a positive thing.
Okay.
All right.
Your reaction when the thoughts come up then is what?
That I don't want them to come up.
Okay. What do they make you feel?
I don't know.
Sad, angry, disappointed, depressed, nervous, happy?
I guess they don't make me feel anything.
Okay. Are there times that they come back so vividly that it's almost like reliving them?
Well, reliving them with those kind of chunks missing in the video.
At any time in your 2 years in jail, have they come back so vividly that you could hear or feel or see?
No.
Okay. Okay. I've seen a lot of your medical history and medical records from the past, but let me go through just a couple of things with that. Have you ever had a serious illness before?
No.
I'm aware that at one point you had mononucleosis.
I wouldn't consider that serious.
Okay.
Lots of people get it.
And we talked a little bit about that, I think, day before yesterday. You weren't in the hospital for it. You didn't even see a doctor for it after you came back to Colorado, right?
Right.
Okay. Ever have an illness that put you in the hospital?
Like ear infections when I was like a baby, I think. But that, I don't know if that counts.
Okay. Any other illnesses that put you in the hospital?
No.
When you were a baby, ear infections or something else, do you know how long the longest time you were ever in the hospital was?
Just a normal visit's worth 3-4 hours.
Okay. As far as you know, not overnight or spending 2 weeks away from home in the hospital.
No.
Any surgeries at all?
Wisdom teeth removal.
When did you have the wisdom teeth removed?
In high school, I believe.
Was that in office or in the hospital or where?
In the dentist's office.
Did they give you anesthesia or
Yeah, anesthesia and then painkillers for it.
put you to sleep?
Yep.
Any other surgeries you had?
No.
Tonsils, appendix?
No.
Okay. Anybody ever say that you had seizures or convulsions?
No.
Ever seen a neurologist before?
No, I don't think so.
You've had some medical exams in addition to the psychiatric and psychological exams. Within the medical exam, there are neurological tests.
Right.
Okay. As far as you know, those have never been particularly abnormal. Nobody's ever told you that they were abnormal.
The results, you mean?
Yes.
Well, they say it shows strong signs of depression
Okay.
and moderate psychotic symptoms.
And who is it that says that?
the person who gives me the test.
When did somebody tell you that?
Well, just earlier today, Dr. Gary said that.
Okay. So he communicated that to you about some tests, about the test that you took?
The depression, at least, yeah.
Okay. How about the psychosis? Did he communicate that to you?
No, he didn't mention it.
Where did you get that?
From the last time they administered the test, I think they said that.
So someone talked with you about that as a result
Of the test.
of the psychological test? Okay. Okay. When the falling episode took place, you had lots of tests at the hospital.
I don't remember them.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't remember? You remember being at Denver Health at all?
Yes, yeah. I remember them putting me in an ambulance and sending me over.
But you don't remember particular tests or CAT scans or whatever they did there?
I remember them wheeling the cart over, but I don't remember having the test performed.
Okay. Any other childhood diseases that you remember having? Or that your mom has said that you had, or somebody told you you had? Serious?
Pox, I think. Oh, serious? No.
Serious childhood disease? Your diet while you were playing the mission, May, June, July, 2012. What was your diet like at that time?
Frozen pizzas, spaghetti, rice, chuck roast, chicken.
Were those usually things that you cooked, or
Yeah, things I could.
some were pre-prepared?
Frozen.
Frozen.
Yeah.
Did you actually cook some of them, like cook a roast?
I just baked and boiled some of them.
Okay. Any vegetables?
Mixed vegetables, soybeans, green beans, carrots, corn.
You're describing a fairly balanced diet. Is that
That's
reasonable?
what my diet was. Yeah.
Reasonable to say. A lot of sweets.
No, not really. I don't remember buying candy.
Lots of desserts, cake, donuts.
Donuts, yes. I would buy donuts.
How many donuts a day did James Holmes eat?
I was probably at one a day.
Okay. Did you smoke?
I tried it at the end. Cigarillos.
About when?
Maybe like a week or 2 weeks before.
Did you regularly smoke anything?
No,
Tobacco, weed,
no,
any non-prescribed drugs?
no,
Meth,
no.
weed, anything? Okay. How about your caffeine intake?
Low, I would say, low compared to most people these days.
Okay. And you know basically what we're talking about.
Coffee,
Regular coffee.
sodas.
Certain teas, energy drinks?
No, I didn't drink any.
Really? Even when you were preparing? And,
Nope. I drank some in undergraduate, but never in graduate school.
okay. Coke, Mountain Dew?
Yeah,
How many Cokes or Mountain Dews, Dr. Peppers, the ones with caffeine in them, how many per day would you drink of those, roughly?
well, I drink it out of the 2 liters, so maybe like a couple glasses.
Any homeopathic medications, over-the-counter stuff at the nutrition store, supplements kinds of thing?
Just a daily vitamin.
Okay, daily vitamin. Anything else?
No,
You mentioned the depression and being concerned about that. St. John's wort, for example, is over-the-counter.
never tried it.
Okay. Okay. I think we're at the end of my part for now.
Alright.
I'm not certain what else is going to happen here, but I think we're at the end of my part. Any questions that you would like to ask me?
Nope.
Not a one?
No, we talked about a lot.
I'm sorry?
We talked about a lot already.
Yes, we have. Any questions about what my role, my job is? We talked about the first day, but we haven't talked about it since.
No.
Okay. All right. I will wish you what I wish everybody I talk with. And that's that I hope whatever happens is fair.
All right.
Okay. Thank you for spending time and working with me.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the prosecution just finished playing Exhibit P-TR-1008. Mr. Brockler, do you have questions now for Dr. Reed?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Reed, I remind you that you're still under oath. And members of the jury, I remind you that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Reed only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, may I request the other limiting instruction as well?
The one on the video? Sure. Members of the jury, it is important that you remember that the defendant's statements on the video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on the video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on the video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on the video recording for any other purpose. All right, with that, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I want to start at the end, and then we'll work our way back through a couple of the major parts that you wanted to talk about with this segment. First, why do you go through sort of a detailed medical history of ailments and other things that we just heard with the defendant?
First of all, it's generally part of a complete psychiatric evaluation to at least ask general medical questions. Second, there are conditions that can significantly affect a person's behavior and their psyche. I'm not expert in all of those, such as a neurologist might be, but it's part of the general psychiatric evaluation.
Was there any information that the defendant gave you in that video that you found to be psychiatrically significant to your evaluation of him in this case?
There was. And let me find my note here.
Just let us know what you're referring to, and if it's helping you remember, let us know that too. Hang on one sec, Doctor. Can you just tell us what you were referring to when you looked down there?
I'm referring to around 16:07, hour 16:07, where we're talking about him sending the partially burned money along with the notebook to Dr. Fenton.
Let me do this just to make the record clear. Before you gave that answer, did you refer to some handwritten notes you took while you sat in here and watched the video with us?
Oh, yes. Yes, I took notes as I was watching the video.
Does referring to those notes remind you about what it is you wanted to say in response to my last question?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
As I asked him about sending the partially burned money, the $20 bills with the corners burned, I was reminded as I was listening today that his memory of the explanation 2 years before was that the reason was not clear it was something that was consistent with irrational reasoning, not necessarily irrational, but consistent with that. It was odd, and that's all I wanted to say about it.
Is that one of the things that you factored into your total assessment of his capacity to do the two things the court has instructed the jury about?
Yes.
I want to ask you, since we've jumped to sort of the money, I want to ask you, the answer that he gave to you was that he sent the money in part because he didn't have use for it anymore. Do you recall that?
That's what he said.
Do you recall from your review of the discovery whether or not the defendant had on his person at the back of the theater when he was taken into custody $280 in cash?
My memory is that he had a lot of cash. I don't recall the amount.
Okay. Back to the medical stuff. Anything else about the medical stuff that you talked about that you found significant in your evaluation of the defendant?
He ratified, that is, he agreed with the diagnosis of mononucleosis, or mono, at one point. He didn't think much of it. I can't think of anything else.
How about,
well, there is
yes.
one significant negative. One of the things psychiatrists often ask is, are there periods in which a small child or infant spends a lot of time away from his parents? And that didn't occur with the defendant.
How about the diet? I mean, you went through quite a few specific questions about what he was eating and drinking and how much. How is that impactful in your assessment?
I was curious about and looking for the possibility that he was on some sort of bizarre diet that might have changed his emotional or physical functioning. A lot of sugar, lots of caffeine. You heard me also ask about illicit drugs or any kind of drugs. And essentially those answers 2 years later were nothing significant.
Is there something psychiatrically significant about someone who, leading up to an event, just lets themselves go, both in terms of hygiene and taking care of themselves, what they're eating, what you're talking about? Is there something about that? Is there a correlation to something?
Letting oneself go completely, not being clean, etc., would be consistent with someone who is not paying attention, perhaps for a mental illness reason. He didn't do that. I don't see anything really significant in the video about that.
You talk about early on, and I'm going back now to the beginning to touch on a few things. You talk about early on, again, this concept of value. Is there significance to the fact that he tells you that it is an arbitrary value, one that he created and sets, I guess, the value to the value?
Yes, it's significant to me that he didn't see that value as coming from God or some special organization, something outside himself. The arbitrariness suggests to me that it had nothing to do with some external power forcing him to do something, or a perceived external power or something forcing him to do something.
Does he ever indicate to you that he thinks it's a value that society would accept?
No, he says the opposite, actually. He says that this is a value because I say it's a value, and if someone else wants to talk about points, that's up to them. Depends on whether they happen to believe in their minds in points.
In terms of your assessing whether or not someone has capacity, I want to ask you about this question. You asked him if he had any doubt that he would end up killing a lot of people in the theater. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
Was that the purpose of that, was to assess whether he had the capacity to form the intent to act after deliberation?
It was part of the purpose. It was also part of the thoroughness. But I wanted to know whether he recalled knowing that that's what he was trying to do.
Do you ever recall him saying at any time, whether it's through these segments or the others, that he knew he'd hurt some people, but he didn't know he'd kill?
He never said that to me.
I want to ask you about, he makes reference to this, what you called to him a ruse with the cell phone in the front of the theater as he goes outside to then suit up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What's significant about that?
It's significant for the strong implication that he was planning something and he was carrying out a plan, that those actions appear to be rational ones and reasonable ones, ones that might be expected of someone who didn't want to be discovered or didn't want to be stopped. It has to do with a kind of reasoning that if I do one thing, then another thing will happen. Let's say deductive reasoning. If I pretend I'm on the cell phone, people won't pay attention to my leaving to put on my stuff. A little broader way of saying that might be, if I leave my stuff in the car rather than walk my armament, my costume in the car, rather than walking through the theater, I'll be more likely to be able to carry out the mission.
There is a conversation that you have with him. Part of this conversation is about him changing into his outfit, and he detects someone come outside from the theater that he thinks is staff. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was significant about that exchange back and forth?
He described perceiving. I don't believe he actually saw the person, at least as far as he told me. He describes hearing or perceiving someone he thought was an employee coming out to the dumpster or something. When I asked him about it, he said that if that person had interfered, he implied that he would have been willing to shoot that person. That is a rational way of carrying out a crime. It is a rational way of thinking. It is personal, for one thing. That's a person whose face he probably would have seen if that had happened, and we know that he didn't shoot that person. That's the way I think about it.
There's a reference to him having researched a number about the week before and then calling it when he's in the car changing to go into the theater. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What I want to ask is, do you know whether or not that phone number was a specific behavioral health phone number or just a general phone number to the CU hospital? Do you know?
I don't personally know what the number went to. He says he dialed it. I'm aware that a number was dialed and apparently answered, but I don't know what the number was.
What's the significance of his recollection to you that he called this number before going in and committing these crimes?
As he describes it, he still had some ambivalence about committing the crime, assuming it's judged to be a crime. There was a part of him that still wanted to be stopped, I believe, and a larger part, as he has said it, that didn't want to be stopped. It was one of the, I think he said, or I said, last resort efforts to see if someone would stop him.
How does that affect your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
He's aware that what he's doing is a bad thing, a wrong thing, and that if he contacts someone else or someone else is aware he's doing it, they will try to stop him because that person, the person he contacts, believes it's a wrong thing and he should not do it.
Despite what you've described as ambivalence and perhaps this conflict about should I, shouldn't I, is there anything about that that tells you that the defendant was still not in control of his decision-making when he made the decision to go in there and pull the trigger?
He was apparently wrestling with things a bit, but there's nothing that says he wasn't in control of his decision-making, and he had certainly carried out his plan up to the time he made the call and was prepared to go further, so far as I know.
Now, up to this point, we have heard about the planning and the execution of this crime. Is there anything about that that impacts your assessment of whether or not the defendant perhaps was suffering an acute psychosis of some kind at this point?
The information available, both in the record and in the video, suggests that he was not suffering an acute psychosis. That is, although some of his behavior appears to have been odd, all of it except for his explanation of the reason for sending the burned money, which he really didn't explain or couldn't explain very well. All of it was rational to his purpose, was focused, was not disorganized. That's a good word. There was organization in what he did. He was not disorganized to any significant extent in anything that I know of surrounding the shootings.
Well, why does that matter, the disorganization piece?
People who are suffering acute psychosis are very often, almost always actually, pretty disorganized in their thinking. It's one of the hallmarks of psychotic thinking, is that it's out of contact with reality and disorganized. It's not always terribly disorganized. If I believe I'm on Mars, truly, then I may well be psychotic and organized in thinking about Mars, or seemingly organized in thinking about Mars. But the fact that the processes that were carried out, the little ones and the big ones and the overall ones and the little pieces of them, were organized, had rational purpose with regard to the task or to the mission or to the killings, that's extremely consistent with not being in an acute psychotic state.
Now, this last part that I'll ask you about on this before we move to your next disc, was there a deliberate change in the way you questioned the defendant, specifically about the collateral damage topic?
Yes, there was.
Judge, relevance to sanity in 403.
Overruled.
Did you change the way you did it, Doctor?
Yes, there was a small part of this video, I believe you're right, it was when we were talking about being in the theater and collateral damage, in which I became a bit more assertive. I think I asked questions a little faster, in part to see how he would handle that, whether he would keep up, whether he would become rattled, whether he would become confused and not be able to answer the way he had.
One sec, Doc. If he had, would that have been somewhat psychiatrically significant in your assessment of him if he had?
Yes, it would have been, as of the point that I examined him in 2014, it would have suggested that he was a bit more fragmented then. What happened, as I perceived it, and as it is on the video, is that he appeared to keep up with the questions just as he had before and didn't become upset or confused.
Thank you. Now, this next segment, which I think we've already admitted, 1009, when this last 1008 ended, we'd left with sort of, goodbye, my part is over, and yet now about 3 weeks or so later, August 27th, we have this other segment. Where is this other segment filmed?
The other segment takes place in the county jail, Arapahoe County Detention Facility.
Okay, thank you. Was the purpose of it something other than to just follow up on areas since you had a chance to go back over the first segments?
You're correct, basically, in the purpose. I had a chance to go back and look at this video, think about things, think about the various questions. I may have received a little bit more information from the record, and certainly thought of other things to ask about or to clarify, and asked if I could come back, and was allowed to come back.
Your Honor, at this point, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish, I think it's People's 1009.
It is P-TR-1009, and it may be published.
Thank you. And
Doctor, you may step down again. Does it have a loud, annoying air conditioner? And I'm going to dim the lights. And actually, before you play it, let me remind the jury of the instruction. Again, members of the jury, it is important that you remember that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on the video recording for the truth of their content or for any other purpose. All right, with that, you may proceed with publishing Exhibit P-TR-1009. I'm going to dim the lights again.
They wouldn't let me bring you any juice.
Oh,
You just push the button, I guess, so we're good. They won't let me give you any water. They want to supply everything for you.
okay.
So, just to test, you remember who I am?
Dr. Reed,
And you remember the last time we met?
a couple weeks ago,
Okay, and where were we when we met?
CFHIP.
You're right. Okay. When did you find out that we were going to meet again? When did they tell you?
Yesterday.
Okay. That's about when I told the lawyers a couple of days ago, so it happened relatively quickly. Sorry to spring it on you like that, but we decided to do it here at the jail. Less trouble. And I think we'll probably meet a couple of times today, morning and afternoon, just as we did last time. And we'll meet at least once tomorrow and probably twice tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. And once again, I'm a little deaf, so I appreciate you speaking up. I'm not supposed to give you anything here either, so I won't. But I will read you the same thing that we had before, and you're welcome to look at it. It says that you're seeing me for an evaluation, and our purpose is a legal one, not a clinical one. We're videotaping just like we did before. Once again, I'm not interested in your legal strategy, but I'd like to learn as much as I can about you and what's happened and things like that. You know, as before, I'm working for the judge, and I'm not working for either side.
Right.
But my report will go to both sides and to the judge. So your lawyers may well want to use it. Prosecution can use it if they want. But mostly the purpose is to just be as good as I can for the judge. Okay. All righty. And you and I are the only ones in the room. In the next room, we have our videographer and a couple of the custody folks, custody officers. They cannot hear us. My understanding is they cannot hear us. Are you okay with that level of privacy?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. The first thing I notice about you is that your pupils in your eyes are smaller than they were before. Did you know that?
I didn't notice.
Okay. You don't notice yourself because you don't check on yourself, but they're a bit smaller than they were before. Let me take your pulse, if I may. Okay, thank you. I'm going to jot that down. Do you know what the date is today, James?
27th,
Correct. What month?
August
Of what year?
2014.
I figured you knew that. You know, I'm a little curious. How do you keep track of time in here? Time of day, day of the week, things like that?
Well, every Wednesday is laundry day. Every Friday is commissary day. So when they bring just like new clothes in, you know it's Wednesday.
Okay. If they weren't bringing your clothes, would you have a pretty good idea of what day it was? Or do they just show up and you figure it's Wednesday?
I also do it by TV shows. Okay. When the TV schedule's on.
Do you have a calendar in your cell?
Nope.
Do they allow you to have any kind of watch or clock?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. How else do you keep track of time? I found myself thinking about that in terms of your isolation here.
Meal times, they're pretty consistent.
Okay. I notice when I watch video of you from weeks and months ago, you tend to go to bed pretty late and get up rather early.
Oh, they wake you up early for breakfast.
They wake you up, okay. There's a window in your door, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the only window you have in your cell except for one that's way up high?
Right.
What can you see from that window?
The door window?
Mm-hmm.
I can see the guard's tower and the guard's tower. And when they have their lights on inside, I can kind of see inside there in some detail.
Okay. When you said the guard's tower, that's indoors, not outdoors. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And tell me about the way the lights work. Is it the light is on all the time, or no? How do the lights work out?
There's a light switch in the cell that turns on and off the main light, but then there's also a light that's always on that I don't have control of.
Okay. That light is bright enough for me to see video of you when you're asleep. How bright does that light seem to you?
I guess I'm used to it, but I don't really notice it.
Could you read with it, for example?
I could, but it would strain my eyes.
If you wanted to turn your light on at 2 in the morning, would that upset anybody, or?
No, because I'm in a cell by myself. So.
Okay, so there's no lights out time?
No.
Okay. Have you heard from your family since we talked about? It's been, you're right, about 3 weeks.
My lawyers haven't brought letters yet, so there might be like a couple.
They haven't mentioned to you that you got a letter? I don't know whether you did or not, but they haven't mentioned to you that you got it.
They mentioned they'd bring them on Friday.
Okay. So you think maybe there is one?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any thoughts about all the stuff we talked about in Pueblo? When we met?
I thought it was pretty thorough.
Okay. Any particular things that you left out or didn't leave out, or you might want to expand on or remind me of?
No, nothing.
Okay. Any thoughts about actually going there, staying there, and coming back to the jail? How'd you feel when you left there?
Just that I knew the food wouldn't be as good when we came back.
Food not as good, okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Another difference is that the people at CMIP, or SIMHIP, I'm not sure what the acronym is. SIMHIP, okay. The people there spend a lot more time with you.
Right, it's definitely more interactive.
Yeah. Do you miss that a little bit, or not?
No.
Would you rather have it the way it is in the jail or the way it is at SIMHIP?
The way it is here.
Tell me about that.
Well, I don't like forced conversation.
Would it have to be forced conversation? Might it be friendly conversation?
I guess so.
After you got back here, I believe Dr. Gurr came to visit you.
Yes.
How did that go?
It was like 6 hours long. It was okay.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
All in one stretch.
Yep.
Any particular stuff that you talked with her about that you'd like to share with me? Again, I don't want to hear anything about your legal strategy, but anything else?
No, not really.
Okay. Get along okay with her?
Yep.
I've never met her. I've talked with her on the phone. I did hear something about you. I think it was the SimHip visit before last. The staff said in the record that you could do something very interesting. They said you could recite the alphabet backwards.
Oh, they asked me to do that again.
Did they ask you again to do it?
Yeah.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
Do it for me.
ZYXWUTSRQPLMOKJIHGFEBCBA.
How did you pick that up?
I got bored on a long car ride, so I just went sequentially through the alphabet backwards.
Can you speak up just a little bit? I have trouble. Or maybe lean toward the microphone if that helps. On a long car ride before you were arrested?
Yeah.
Okay. And it just stuck with you?
Yeah.
Okay. How about the juggling?
I learned that before being arrested too.
Okay. Tell me about learning to juggle. I can't juggle.
I can only juggle 3.
Okay.
Some people can do like 10.
So do you practice juggling in the cell?
No, not really.
I saw you trying to do it early on. There, on one of the videos, I'm not sure what you're tossing, but
It's hard to do it with different weighted and shaped objects.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. There's several things I'd kind of like to talk about during the time we have together today and tomorrow. One of the things is I ran across your resume from a few years ago.
Okay.
And does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to hold it for the camera. It's a resume. It's not dated, but it looks like it might have been mid-2010. Maybe after you graduated from Riverside. The objective you had was to obtain a position as a clinical research intern with Novum Pharmaceuticals. Do you remember that?
I've done a lot of specific objectives.
So you might do a resume for each objective, is that what you mean?
Well, it'd be the same resume, but just have a different objective.
I understand. Tell me about your job search at that time. The jobs that you were looking for or looking at.
I don't remember very much about job application.
Am I right that this was just after or just before your graduation from Riverside?
It was just after I graduated.
Okay. Is it tough to find a job, or were you optimistic about it?
Yeah, it's
What kinds of things were you looking for?
just a lab research position.
What sort of position? There are different kinds of positions. At that point, you're at a BS level.
Yeah, like a lab technician position.
Did you plan then to go into graduate school?
I plan to do those jobs in between going to graduate school.
Okay. That was the period in which you had applied to several graduate schools. Am I right?
Yeah, I originally applied to a bunch, but didn't get accepted.
Okay. Did you get some calls back, have some interviews with some of those labs or some of those?
Only one with Irvine, UC Irvine.
Tell me about that one.
Well, it was a new experience for me going through the interview. And there were like 6 people, I think, that were applying along with me in the interviews.
And what happened?
I just never heard back from them.
But you did have an interview?
Yeah.
Tell me about the interview, would you?
Well, we basically went to the university and kind of toured the neuroscience labs of different professors, and they said what their research was about. And then they asked me what my research that I had done was.
Do you think you interviewed well?
Not well enough, apparently.
But I mean, you had some competition.
Right.
Do you think you interviewed as well as many of the other applicants?
I don't know. I didn't see the other applicants' interviews.
What do you think?
What do I think?
What do you think about the way you interviewed? Did you have an impression of how you did?
I think I came across as shy.
Was it comfortable in the interview? Were you comfortable doing it, or were you
A bit anxious.
And it was your first job interview at that point in your life?
Like a long time.
Okay. We mentioned that you were Phi Beta Kappa. You were also a Dean's Fellow and a Regent Scholar at Riverside.
Right.
Cool. I have some the notes that you wrote in the jail, which I didn't realize I had, but I looked and I have them. You wrote a lot of philosophical stuff.
Right. I felt it was important to write it down.
I beg your pardon?
I felt it was important to write it down.
Yeah. I want to ask you more about that probably this morning, but can you tell me about when you wrote those things?
Before I got to Denver Health, so like in that period between getting arrested and Denver Health.
Okay. After you got back from Denver Health, did you write any more?
I think I wrote a poem and I wrote like a game I designed.
Okay, I remember reading about those. And how soon after you got back from Denver Health was that?
That was in December.
December of 2012, probably?
Yeah.
Okay. Since then, have you done some more writing?
No. Stop writing.
Tell me about the urge to write, the impulse to write while you're in your cell.
I just thought they were important ideas to get down on paper.
Because? I'm not
There's
disagreeing
no
with
reason
you.
I don't think so.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I just kind of want to know how you thought of it.
Yeah, I just thought of it that way.
Through history, a number of people have written important things for prison cells.
I haven't looked into that.
But you're aware of that, are you not?
Well, I am now.
You weren't
I
previously?
didn't know that previously.
You didn't know that a lot of authors have written theories and novels and things like that after being locked up by the king or some such thing?
I think maybe Galileo did it or something.
Okay. Anyway, I found it interesting, and I'd like to go through some of that with you a little bit later. I also ran across a mention of a fellow named Jonathan Murphy.
Yeah, he was a graduate student in the second rotation I had.
Okay. Tell me about you and Jonathan Murphy.
Well, my desk was next to his, and he helped me with learning the procedures for some of the lab work.
Okay. Was he ahead of you or your same level?
He's been there like 3 or 4 years at that time.
Okay. Did he like mentor you or take you under his wing or just a friend or just a coincidental meeting? Co-worker. Somebody.
All right, I'm going to turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the prosecution has paused the publishing of Exhibit P-TR-1009. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time. Please make sure you follow each of my advisements during the break, okay? Enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in about 20 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. By the way, I had a chance to think about the discussions we've had about People's Exhibit P-TR-1087 last night. That's the physical model of the theater, so I'll give you my ruling on that later today. All right, enjoy the break. I'll see you in about 20 minutes. The court will be in recess. Thank you. seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you folks ready for the jury, Mr. Brockler? Yes, sir. Mr. King? Yes, sir. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Let's try to stop around noon and take a break between 12 and 1. Do you think we'll be finished playing this exhibit by then? All right, so maybe you can do your questioning at that point of Dr. Reed. Oh, I guess we'll have that short, not over. Yeah, that's fine. We'll stop. If it's that close, let's go through to the end, and then we'll take a break at that point. All right, thank you. Oh, is it 12:30? Then in that case, if it's that long, let's stop at 12. Thank you. This is why I did not major in math. But I'm not blaming my public education for that. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. Just a note about scheduling. As you know, today we're going to take 1 hour for lunch, so it's going to be a shortened lunch break. I'm anticipating that the exhibit... Oh, I didn't like the sound of that. Is everybody okay? All right. Don't break anything. We're going to take a shortened lunch break between 12 and 1. So we're going to allow the prosecution to continue publishing Exhibit P-TR-1009 until about 12, and then we'll take a break between 12 and 1. And then I think there will be probably approximately a half hour or so left on that exhibit after lunch, and the prosecution will then have an opportunity to publish that last half hour or so after the lunch break. Before we continue, I want to remind you again that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues that are raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. With those instructions in mind, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1009. And I will dim the lights.
Described him as in some ways being a mentor, maybe not an official mentor. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess he mentored me during the rotation.
Tell me more about that relationship, would you?
He just showed me where the chemicals were, where the kits were, where the machines were, that kind of thing.
Did y'all ever do anything outside the lab, outside the school?
No, not really.
Go have a beer, get lunch or coffee?
No.
Another person I don't think I asked you about was Professor Delacqua.
Yeah, he was the professor of that second rotation.
Tell me about Professor Delacqua.
He recites a lot of esoteric knowledge.
You're smiling as you say he recites a lot of esoteric knowledge.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's not quite that way.
Well, some of it's not relevant to what I needed to do.
Tell me more.
I don't know, he just goes on and on, so he talks for a long time.
Good teacher, mediocre teacher, bad teacher?
He wasn't really teaching me anything. So most of that I did from John.
Okay. What was he supposed to be teaching?
I don't think he was supposed to be teaching. He didn't have a teaching job.
Delacqua?
Yeah.
From the texts and things, he wasn't the most liked professor at the place. Does that ring a bell?
Who said that?
I'm trying to think, but the interchanges, little sarcasms about Martin Delacqua.
I could see that as valid.
In what way?
He's kind of standoffish, I guess.
Toward the end of the year, you needed to take your prelims.
Right.
Can you tell me a little about, academic-wise, what was leading up to the prelims? What was school like leading up to that?
Well, all the core courses were finished by then. And it was the third rotation was going on.
Are there 3 rotations per year?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of like a quarter system?
I think it's a quarter system.
Okay. So what were you doing, say, what was roughly the date of the prelims?
Oh, it was mid-June something.
So what would you have been doing in May with regard to prelims?
In May? I guess studying or something. I didn't study for the prelims though.
Did the other students or your
Probably.
peers, as of May, would they have been worrying about the prelims or studying for the prelims?
I would say so.
Was that different from the way you were looking at the prelims?
Well, they didn't give much direction on what the prelims were going to be on, so I didn't know what to study for.
You didn't know what to say. But the other people were studying something. Am I right?
I can't actually confirm that. I just assumed that.
What did you assume that? Okay. Tell me more about not studying or not studying as much.
Well, I guess that was unusual for me because I usually study for tests.
6 months before that, would you have been studying a lot for whatever was coming up?
No, I probably would have been working at some neuroscience courses and core courses at that time.
Did that require a lot of study?
Not that much.
In a given day or week, can you give me an idea of how much time you spent working on classwork, homework, for want of a better term, studying one way or another, reading?
Well, there'd usually be a test on Friday and then turning in take-home tests on Monday.
And how much preparation time and reading time and study time would those things take outside of class for you?
Maybe 5 hours.
Per day, per week?
Per week.
Okay. So are you saying that in a given week in grad school, which is pretty tough, you were working roughly an hour a day or less on average on your studies? Is that about right, or am I missing something?
Usually it wouldn't be spread throughout. It would usually be on a day I wanted to complete the test.
Okay. Help me out a little bit. I'm trying to get an idea of how much time you spent outside of class. Let's say in a given week, you implied 5 hours based on the weekly exam and the weekly paper. Is that about it for a week for you?
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. What do you think other students, your peers, were doing in terms of that? Were they spending, as far as you know, roughly the same amount of time?
I assume they would spend the same amount.
About the same amount of time? Okay. That leaves a lot of free time for a grad student. I didn't know grad students had that much free
Well,
time.
then there's all the rotation. You have to do you're in lab then for your day, basically, for 5 days a week.
Roughly how many hours a day would you be
9 to 5.
Okay. As prelims came closer, let's just say May, about how much time were you spending reading or studying?
I can't remember if the third rotation is still going on in May or not. But I had to do a PowerPoint for one of my classes. I spent 5 hours for that too, I guess, each week. The rest was like playing video games and watching TV.
You're a smart guy. Could you play video games, watch TV, and still do okay in classes?
Yeah.
Okay. With regard to preparing for prelims,
It was almost done.
and in my mind, I've not taken the kind of prelims you're talking about. In my mind, most people prepare quite a bit for them. Is that accurate, that you would be unusual in that you didn't prepare much, or would that not be unusual?
That would be unusual.
It's unusual. Tell me about the not preparing bit.
Well, I felt that since there wasn't any direction given to what should be studied for, I shouldn't study at all.
Was there anybody you could have asked about it?
I did ask. I asked my advisor, and he just said study everything, which wasn't too helpful.
A little too broad a task.
Oh, yeah.
Any other reasons that you didn't study for the prelims? We're talking now roughly May.
Well, I was focused on my mission.
Okay. filling up the time and pushing other important things out of the way, or was it just that you didn't know what to study or feel like studying for prelims?
It was a bit of both.
What portion of both?
Probably 25, 75, which 75 is not knowing what to study.
So, give or take 25% is the mission is pushing other things aside.
Right.
And give or take 75% is, I don't know what to study anyway, so I might as well not study.
Right.
Is that right? And again, as I said before, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Sometimes I talk too much. Okay.
No, that's accurate.
Did that change one way or the other as we move into June and the prelims get closer?
I didn't really care if I passed or failed the prelims at that time.
So, I'm sorry, the last?
At that time.
At that time. So did your behavior change or stay the same?
My behavior, what do you mean?
In terms of not studying, you continued to not study?
Right.
For him. Did the reason for not studying continue to be about 75%, I don't know what to study anyway, and 25%, the mission is filling my time, or did that proportion change? As
I think it flipped to 75% mission.
Okay. When the prelims themselves came around, tell me, how long are the prelims? Is it 1 day, half a day?
No, it's not that long. I think it was only an hour.
Really?
It was an oral examination, so I've never taken an oral examination before.
So there's no written portion, it was all oral.
Right, you could use the whiteboard and draw stuff.
Do you remember the day that you took them? I don't want the date, but can you picture the day that you took them in your mind?
Yeah.
Walk me through that day, would you?
Well, I got up and went to the neuroscience conference room, which is where it was at. And there were 3 professors, each tested me on a separate subject. One was like cell biology, the next was like systems neuroscience, and then the third I don't remember what classification it was.
Who was in the room for your exam?
Those 3 other professors.
So you're sitting there in front of a panel of professors, sort of. Is that accurate or no?
I'm standing in front of the whiteboard.
Tell me about how they ask you questions, what kind of questions?
Well, they asked me what happens to a compound X when you stimulate a neuron and it's inhibited or something.
How did they question you? Was it civil? Was it abrasive? Rapid fire? How would you describe the way they questioned you?
Casual.
Casual. Okay. How did you feel as they were questioning you?
That I wasn't answering the problem correctly.
And how did you feel about not answering the problem correctly?
I didn't feel one way or the other.
Really? Didn't bother you?
No.
What do you make of that? It's your...
Well, that it didn't matter that if I passed or failed.
That's the second time you've said it didn't matter whether you passed or failed.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter because...
mission and get locked up, killed, and
So, if I understand you right, by that time, and by before that time, you anticipated not continuing anyway. You anticipated either being killed or locked up within a matter of weeks.
or a matter of a month or two.
Was the outcome really that firmly locked in as of, say, early June?
The outcome of failing the test?
The outcome of I'm going to die or I'm going to be in prison?
Yeah, those are the two options.
About when, if you remember, I know it's over 2 years ago, about when did that very restricted outcome, only two options, about when did that become crystal clear to you?
When I bought the shotgun. So that was before the
So that's way back in March, am I remembering right? When
I don't remember the date.
But it's months before.
Yeah, I think it's a month.
Okay. The shotgun was the first firearm you bought, or the
second?
The second firearm you bought. Okay. Okay. That being the case, do you remember why you even stayed in school?
I thought it would look conspicuous if I just dropped out without any warning or any justifiable cause.
It would look conspicuous. What's wrong with looking? I mean, people do drop out of grad school, I guess.
Right, so I dropped out with the reason of the preliminary exams failed.
Suppose you had just dropped out to continue the mission. What?
Then it would probably raise red flags to my professors or to Fenton.
You had already seen Fenton at that time, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. When you finished the hour of the exam, well, let me go back. Did you try to answer the questions, or did you?
Yeah, I tried.
Okay.
Some of them I knew, but I just didn't write it down.
Really? Sometimes you know an answer and not bother to write it down.
Or say it. I knew the answer, but I didn't say it.
By the end of that hour, were you certain that you'd failed, or did you not know one way or the other?
I had a pretty good idea that I had failed.
And once again, did that matter to you at all?
Well, it kind of facilitated the mission to keep moving.
I'm curious, was there any feeling of, or would there have been any feeling of wanting to pass just to show you can do it?
Yeah, I felt that way a little bit.
Were you disappointed that you didn't? You didn't show yourself that you could do it?
No, because I believed I could still do it if I'd taken the retake exam.
You decided not to take the retake.
Right.
Tell me about that decision.
Well, failing the prelim had made it an excuse to drop out of school. So it wouldn't make much sense to then go and retake the exam.
Except maybe to show yourself that you could pass.
Well, I believed I could pass anyway.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. As people asked you, I think there were a couple of texts, maybe with Ben or somebody about what you were going to do. You didn't mention the mission to them. Pretty much what you said was that you were just going to drop out. Am I remembering that right?
I don't remember ever texting them that I was going to drop out.
Okay.
I think by then I wasn't communicating with Ben and Gardy.
Okay. You texted with somebody. I'm trying to think who it might have been. Maybe Hillary? Who asked you about the prelims?
Yeah, I did. I think so.
Okay. Do you regret not passing the prelim? Just for personal
Just for like pride reasons.
yeah.
A little bit.
The process of sitting in there in that hour is a very unusual experience. And you've talked before about difficulty with situations analogous to that, and about the idea of freezing up.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about what was going on inside you as they were throwing questions at you?
Well, I kind of just went on autopilot.
You what?
Went on autopilot.
Okay. Did you have the freezing up experience?
A little bit, but then I would just jot something down
On the whiteboard.
on the whiteboard.
In the past, when you've frozen up, you mentioned that sometimes images come to mind. Remember those that you told me about a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
What were those images in the past? Can you refresh me?
Images of people getting sawed up or killed.
You remember the way in which they get killed? When you're frozen up and the image comes?
I don't think so. I think just that they die or something.
I remember you talking about the saws.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing was what you phrased, nuclear winter.
Right. That wasn't for individual people though.
That wasn't for individual people. Okay. Did you have any of those images during the questioning at the prelims?
No, because I was focused on answering the questions.
Okay. Did you know ahead of time that it was going to be exactly an hour, or did you not know how long it was going to be?
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. I'd like to bring out the writings that you did in your cell. And once again, I may have already asked you this. Do you have any interest in continuing to write?
No, not really. I just read.
You wanted to get these ideas out, but some of them appear to be very complex ideas that could be developed or expanded or extended. Do you feel any wish to develop or expand or extend some of those ideas
Not anymore.
with the time? What do you make of that?
That I attributed an unusual amount of importance to them before I was medicated.
And you're implying that the medication has taken away or dulled or eliminated that impulse.
Yeah.
Okay. one of the sets of pages refers to galactic colonization.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember kind of where you were when you were writing those things and thinking about those things?
Yeah, I was reading sci-fi at that time.
You were reading sci-fi at the time, okay. Tell me about your thoughts on galactic colonization.
Well, without galactic colonization, the human race would die out eventually, just because we run out of resources, or the sun would expand and consume the Earth.
Sooner or later, Earth is not going to be a good home,
Right.
or maybe not even an existing home. I read a little science fiction myself, so some of the things that you wrote down are pretty consistent with the various ideas that have come up. But were these ideas largely things that came out of you, or do you think they came out of some of the things that you read?
Both. Both.
Both, okay. The next one is a bit more philosophical. And again, we're talking about some point before you went to Denver Health.
Right.
Do you recall whether it's just before or a long time before, soon after you were arrested?
Well, I wrote it sequentially, so the farther back on the pages it is, the closer it will be.
What would be about the very earliest one, do you think?
That galactic colonization.
Okay.
If they're in order.
Roughly when would that have been, do you know?
I don't know.
Guess?
Maybe a month after.
After your arrest?
Yeah.
I'll put a question mark. 2 question marks. Did the officers at the jail know that you were doing the writing at that point? Or do you know?
I'd assume because they have cameras in there.
Okay, so you weren't hiding it particularly?
I don't know how you would be able to hide it with
Yeah.
2 cameras.
And the only reason I ask that is that at some point, I think close to the time that you went to Denver Health, they mentioned finding the notes, and I was wondering whether they knew they were there before, because after all, they roused you and they overturned your butt and stuff like that on a pretty regular basis, right?
Right. Yeah. They wouldn't usually read it. They wouldn't like pick up a notepad and read.
And I'm aware of, or I've been made aware, that it's okay for you to write stuff in your cell. Nobody minds if you do that.
Right.
Okay. The next thing, at least in the order that I have, the subtitle is Finite versus Infinity, Live and Die.
Okay.
Do you recall that general
A little
train of
yeah.
thought? Can you tell me about it?
Well, death is infinite and life is finite.
Okay. What else? What else came to mind then or comes to mind now?
Can I see the page?
Sure, you're welcome to see it.
Okay. So I was kind of speculating that before you you live, there's called it before life, is the same as after you live, which is afterlife. So it ultimately didn't matter what you did in life, because it would just go back to before and after.
What's in the pre-life and the post-life? What's that like?
Dreamless sleep.
Okay. And I've heard you use that phrase before. I remember someone asking some philosopher, what happens after you die? What do you expect will happen after you die? And he said, no, they said, where will you go after you die? And he said, I guess the same place I spent the first 8 billion years.
Right.
So that sounds kind of similar.
Like that idea.
Yeah, it does. Toward the bottom of this page, kind of consistent with what you just said, you write, how can one attribute meaning to life when such ideals exist in non-existence? Any idea?
I'm not sure what that means.
Okay. Life is an eternal struggle to obtain these ideals.
Life's a struggle because it's imperfect.
You also say, and I'm aware that these may be kind of disjointed thoughts at this point, that the dreamless, imperturbable, I don't know whether that's imperturbable, the dreamless sleep is the epitome of peace, justice, and freedom.
Right.
Do you recall that kind of thought?
It sounds accurate.
How might you expand on that? If you were teaching me about that thought, rather than the kind of bumper sticker of the sentence,
Right.
what would you teach me about that thought?
Well, in life, there's conflict and struggles. There's not absolute freedom. You're bound by laws of nature and human laws. But when you're in the dreamless sleep, you're just kind of in a perfect state.
The word here may be imperceptible, so can one not perceive that perfect state when he's in it?
Right, there might not be a perception because you're not conscious or anything.
I can understand how that might be the epitome of peace, as you write here, but you also say it's the epitome of justice and freedom.
Well, nothing's holding you back for freedom. You're kind of like floating.
Kind of like what?
Floating. Floating.
Floating, okay. A little ways through, we come to some pages on the ultraception.
Yeah, I didn't really explain ultraception the first time
Okay.
in the notebook.
Can you help me with it now? And the way you were thinking about it in jail?
Well, I kind of figure it as a philosopher's stone, which is a solution to all problems, and that can be achieved through death. So it kind of relates back to the peaceful state of dreamless sleep a little bit.
Relates back to the peaceful state of dreamless sleep, is that what you said?
Yeah.
And a little later in the writing, you do use the phrase philosopher's stone.
Right.
Okay. The ultraception, and then you have your logo for the ultraception. perspectives at once, and not and every.
So like any perspective you can take, any mock perspective you can take, it's going to encompass everything.
All thoughts at once, all and or times. All space at once and or times at once.
Right, so it's sort of this all-encompassing idea.
Okay. Space and times at once. Times at once. What comes to mind as you say that?
That it's like God a little bit, because God is everything, and He's all spaces and times.
I believe you said last time we talked that the ultraception concept comes largely from within you and your thoughts, original to you.
Right, I haven't read it anymore.
Yeah, okay. Can you think of any particular readings that come close or that are analogous to the ultraception?
Maybe the Bible.
Okay. In what way?
In that they're defining and characterizing God a little bit.
I think, and I brought this up last time, what comes to my mind is quantum physics, cosmology. Does that ring a bell at all?
Yeah.
In what way?
Like quantum physics deals with like the smallest possible particles and their relation to the rest of the universe.
One of the next pages is titled Awareness Basis. Can you see it okay?
Yep.
Okay. You talk about awareness arising from the nervous system. A neurochemical event creates awareness. Is that what you mean?
Yep.
Okay. Then one of the bullet points you have is that one can be alive and not aware. And you refer to the dreamless sleep.
Like if you're comatose or something.
Okay. Then a question. Can one be aware and not alive? Have you answered that question for yourself?
No, I haven't answered.
I guess that would be in the pre-life or the post-life setting.
Yeah, you'd have to be dead.
Are you curious about that?
Yeah.
Is it one of the questions that death might answer for you?
I would say so, yeah. It would be solved when you're dead.
For you, is it a reason to die?
No, the reason to die is like old age, natural causes, I would say.
But is finding out the answers to questions about death for you?
I kind of figure they'll come when they come anyway.
Okay. Sounds like you don't want to rush those. Or am I wrong?
There's no reason to hasten toward it.
What about for people that you kill?
No, that wasn't really a part of why I would kill them.
I think one of the things that you wrote or said at some point was that you had the idea that people wouldn't mind being killed or shouldn't mind being killed. Does that ring a bell?
That sounds accurate.
Tell me about that thought.
Well, they're going to be going to a peaceful state, and they'll avoid all the conflict and struggles of life.
They haven't yet decided that on their own, though, to go to that state.
Correct. It would be within my power.
And do you think that they, well, and actually I want to go back to June and July of 2012. At that time, so far as you remember, did you think that they wouldn't mind being killed? Or that they shouldn't mind being killed?
I never considered it.
Didn't consider whether they should mind or not?
Right.
Or whether they would mind or not?
Right. I was focused on increasing my own value and not their needs.
Is it fair to say that you were indifferent to their needs or wants or shoulds?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Because I take it no one in the theater that day went quietly to his or her death.
What do you mean?
That is, they maybe would or should want death in one way of your thinking about it. I understand you weren't considering that. But when the actual event took place, they did not go quietly. No.
Well, I didn't hear them say anything.
Do you think that, do you speculate that they simply didn't mind being shot?
I never considered it from their point of view.
What do you think now?
From their point of view, that they probably wouldn't want to be shot.
Okay. If I had asked you that somehow on July 19th of 2012, what would your answer have been?
Well, I never asked the question. So
Yeah. If I had asked you that question, and the question is, would they mind being shot? What do you think you would have said on July 19th, 2012?
They probably will mind being shot.
Okay. If I had asked you the question slightly different one, should they mind being shot, given your philosophy of life and death, what would your answer have been there?
No, because it doesn't matter what you do in life.
Because
It doesn't matter what you do in life, because you're just going to die anyway.
that doesn't quite jive to me with what your mission was.
Right.
It mattered, your mission mattered a great deal to you.
Right. So the time I was alive, it did matter to me.
So,
But in the end, it wouldn't matter.
at the time, what you were doing or going to do to them mattered to you, right?
Right.
What they might have thought about it didn't matter, or is that accurate?
What can you repeat it?
Sure. Your activities and your carrying out the killings did matter to you. It was a mission. It
Right.
mattered.
Yeah.
You were spending lots of time and energy on that.
Right.
What they wanted, or whether they wanted to die or be injured, to you?
It didn't come up as, it's not that it didn't matter, it's that,
If I asked you that question then and said, Jimmy, does it matter to you that they don't want to die or they don't want to be injured?
well, I can only answer that what it means now in retrospective.
Can you speculate about what you think you might have answered then?
It probably would matter a great deal to them.
How about to you? Would what they want matter to you on July 19th?
Yes, because I'm empathetic.
Okay. Can you make those two concepts jibe? Because on the one hand, you carried it out with what you've described as an indifference to what they wanted. But you've just said that it matters, or that you believe, had I asked you then, you would have said, yes, it matters,
Right.
because you have empathy for them.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know if indifference was the right word.
Okay.
Maybe unknowledgeable about it.
I would say that again.
Maybe not knowing and being unknowledgeable
About.
of their conditions and their thoughts.
Let's go with your word then. Unknowledgeable about. Tell me again what you would be unknowledgeable about at the time.
Not asking the question of, does it matter to them if they live or die?
Okay. If I had asked you, I understand that you didn't ask yourself the question.
Right.
Okay. And you've kind of answered the question when I asked it, I think in two ways, and it's interesting to me. If I'd asked you the question, you believe now that you would have said, yes, I understand they don't want to die.
Right.
And you also said something akin to, that's not important to my mission. I need to carry out my mission. Is that fair to say or not?
Right, it's kind of irrelevant to my mission.
Okay, irrelevant is a better word than indifferent.
I don't know the word for not asking the question.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you think about not asking the question? Does that get us off the hook for, gee, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to eat the cake, even though it was, no, that's not a very good analogy. I see the birthday cake for John, and my name is Jimmy, but I'm not asking anybody whether the cake is for John, so I can go ahead and eat it. Does that?
I don't know if that compares or not.
Why do you suppose you didn't ask yourself? You sure thought about lots of things during the preparation for the mission. You were very complete in many ways.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't ask.
Assuming that it didn't occur to you to ask what the other people would have felt. What do you make of it not occurring to you?
It should have occurred.
Okay. That's looking back now.
Yeah.
It should have occurred. What about you in July of 2012 do you suppose led to it not occurring to you? You thought about the consequences for yourself.
Right, yeah.
You knew the consequences for others, but didn't think about it as relevant. You didn't ask yourself about it.
Right. I guess that made it easier or made me able to do it because maybe I wouldn't have been able to do it if I looked at it the other way.
Okay. Okay. I think that's a thoughtful answer. Thank you. On this same awareness basis page, under can one be aware and not aware, you mention, quote, the notion of the soul immortal or spirit comes to mind. Soul immortal and spirit sounds a little different from dreamless sleep.
What's the question?
I'm sorry?
What's the question?
When you were writing this, apparently a couple of months after the shootings, you're thinking about, apparently, the notion of the soul immortal or spirit.
Right. I didn't know what that would be. What that is.
And it doesn't say that you have that notion, it just says the notion, so maybe maybe that's someone else's notion. But I guess I'm kind of wondering if that notion of a soul immortal or spirit fits somewhere in your view of the cosmos or view of things.
It could be something that exists forever.
That it exists
forever.
Okay. Is that a good or bad thing? Indifferent? A definable thing?
I don't know what it means.
Does it have any value? Does it? You're referring on the next page, and I'm a little confused about it. Let me go to the transcript of it. You're talking a little bit about beliefs of reincarnation. In practice, however, this is yet to be possible, and the complexity of such a venture in immortalizing a matter arrangement that is amenable to changes on matter around it is daunting. That's a bit confusing to me. Does that ring a bell with you at all?
Well, I thought if a person was reincarnated, they'd have to be into a conscious state.
Okay. And in the next sentence, indeed, you refer to the duplication of one's awareness. And the last bullet is an interesting statement. The permanent loss of awareness and unity with the ultraception is the philosopher's stone.
Death is the philosopher's stone, basically.
It sounds like that's kind of the ultimate place to go.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have the logo, the ultraception logo right up to that. Read much about Buddhism?
No, not really.
Okay. Does any of this remind you of
Kind of sounds like Zen.
of Zen-like philosophies?
A little bit.
Okay. Do you think any of it arises out of some past familiarity with Zen?
Yeah, it could be unconscious. So.
The next page refers to unconceivable, conceivable, and the paradox.
Okay.
And the bullet that I kind of, or the stuff that I sort of had highlighted, was that in general, I think you say, men are not philosophers, but philosophers. Remember coining that term?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about philosophers.
I don't remember what it was.
Sounds to me, from reading this, that you were talking about people who tried to be philosophers but got it wrong, or were thinking badly, and thus were philosophers. But that may not be exactly what you meant.
I don't remember what it was.
Okay. My thought, not yours.
Okay.
Then you refer again to the philosopher's stone as the solution to all problems and all questions. Wise apes have thrown the stone unwittingly. For eons, when problems arose that appeared so difficult as to be unsolvable. I take it wise apes refers to humans? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean, or what do you think you meant at the time? Wise apes have thrown the stone, the philosopher's stone, unwittingly for eons.
It kind of suggests that violence is the last resort when all other problems can't solve it. So it's kind of considering the philosopher's stone as violence.
Oh. Okay. You mean seeing the stone as a literal stone instead of a figurative stone?
Well, both.
Something to throw, or they become violent. So it can give you a literal image or a figurative image. Interesting. Can you say any more about that?
Just that the ultimate violence is death. We resort to killing when we can't solve a problem any other way.
Sounds like that applies to politics and wars.
Right, yeah.
Does it apply to you?
Yeah.
Tell me how it applies to you.
Well, I couldn't solve the problem of getting out of my depression. So I thought I would kind of make myself more valuable by killing people.
And I think we talked about that being more valuable, correct me if I'm misremembering, didn't mean you would live longer.
No.
Or that you would have more lives. Tell me again, in what way you're more valuable?
Well, it's kind of like the value of $1. Like, $1 isn't worth anything, but you attribute value to it. So, if you attribute value to killing people, then you become more valuable when you kill a person.
And who does the attributing of the value?
The killer.
So, who attributes the value to Jimmy Holmes?
I do.
Is there anyone else or any other entity that recognizes the value that you now
Not
have?
that I've heard of.
Do you think there might be?
It's possible.
Can you think about that a minute? We talked about you attributing the value yourself.
Right.
And it sounds like it's worth thinking about whether someone or something else also sees you as more valuable.
I don't know who would do that, but
Think about it for a minute.
maybe the justice system, because it creates an imbalance in value. The justice system wants to obliterate that and get it back to zero.
Obliterated by
Killing me.
And I think you did say last time we talked that once you die, everything goes to zero.
It either goes to zero, or if they're believers in the value system, then it could go towards their value.
And you did say that someone who executes you gets your value, which, by the way, at that point is 1, not 13. Do I remember
I'm
that?
not sure. It could be either. I'm not sure how to attribute it.
Okay. You're the arbiter of all this, though. No one else is making the rules. You're making the rules, right?
Right.
So you can make the rule however you want.
I can make it 1 or 13.
How do you want to make it?
1.
Is there anything that would countervene your decision to make it 1?
Yes, if someone else believed that I was worth 13, then they would be the arbiter of that.
Okay. So if someone who killed you
Right.
believed that you were worth 13, they get to decide once they've killed you whether it's 1 or 13.
Right.
How about before they kill you?
They could still make that decision if they believe it. So
How many folks do you think believe in the system?
I haven't told anybody about the system except
I'm sorry, except
in the notebook and
Okay. Do you think anybody else has created the system or figured out the system independent of you?
well, there's 7 billion people, so maybe.
One of the things I'm asking is it a system that's there for them to discover? Or is it a system that you invented and thus it's not there for them to discover, it resides only in you?
Oh, well, I invented the arbitrary value. You could say a person's worth 100 and not 1. So I invented the arbitrariness of it, but they could come up with the same system, the same value system.
So Mary could invent it independently of your inventing it.
Right,
Like Edison and Tesla invented things independently.
right. But it might not be exactly the same.
How valid would Mary's system be since it's not yours?
Well, people can believe whatever they want, so it's as valid as she believes it to be.
Does her believing it make it real?
Yeah, because beliefs are real.
Does her believing it make it real any place outside of her body?
As in to other people. So if she shared it and other people agreed, then it would be.
If they agree. Does it exist anywhere other than idiosyncratic to Mary?
I'm not sure what you're trying to.
Let me bring it back to you, if I may. You have the belief.
Right.
The belief has been consistent and continued. Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I don't share the belief.
Right. So it's like you have a almost different religion or something.
If you believe that the file cabinet over there is gray, then it either is or isn't gray. And what I believe is irrelevant to whether it's gray or not. Let's say you're correct, it's gray, or that it's a file cabinet. If I want to call it a pencil, doesn't matter. That exists independent of you, and you don't just believe it, you're aware of it.
It doesn't take a herd mentality to make sense.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't take a herd mentality.
It doesn't take any mentality. It's standing over there.
Right.
Your belief in the value system.
Right.
How close does it come to being there, whether I believe it or not?
So is it objective rather than subjective?
That's pretty close, sure.
I believe it to be objective, but then that's my subjective opinion. So
You believe it to be objective, okay. I'm kind of pinning this down as best I can. If you weren't here,
right.
if, for example, you were deceased,
Yeah.
would the value system still be there?
Yeah.
But you're not there to describe it.
I've written it down, so it exists.
I'm sorry?
I've written it down
Okay.
and shared it with other people, so it exists through them.
Okay. Fair enough. On another page, you talk about freedom. And one of the bullet points is moral law. To take away freedom, to give more freedom. Does that ring a bell right now?
I think I applied it to myself, so they took away my freedom to give other people more freedom.
Okay. Then you have a little section on morality. That one. Morality, and under morality you have two groups, those who are wronged, those who are wrongers.
Right.
Okay. And then you have underneath that, it sounds like two sets of situations. One in which you compensate the wronged and reform the wrongers.
Right.
Another in which you compensate the wronged and punish the wrongers.
Right.
Okay. Can you tell me just about that portion of it? I'll ask about the rest of it in a minute, but the wronged and the wrongers, compensating the wronged, and either reforming or punishing the wrongers. Talk to me about that bit of philosophy.
Well, in morality, you have to find balance. And if the person's wrong, they have to be compensated for whatever they were wrong with. And you want to make the person who wronged them better than that. And then the other option is, instead of making the wronger reformed, you punish them to create that balance.
To create the balance balancing out the wronged and the wronger, and
Right.
then, okay, balancing the world in a sense? Or,
If you
maybe
take
that's-
it that global, I guess.
okay. Is reforming and punishment a dichotomous situation, or can it be blended or apportioned?
You can do both.
Morality is a huge subject for lots and lots of philosophies. Anything else to this part of morality, what you mean here with regard to morality?
I don't think so.
What would be a wrong in morality for you?
Breaking the law.
Let's go back to May, June, July of 2012. What would you have thought would be a wrong, doesn't have to be personal to you, a wrong and a wronger back then?
I don't know at that time what I would attribute wrong and wrong to.
Do you think you'd think any differently about it than you do now, or not?
No, I think now that the person who wrongs is the wronger and the person who's wronged is.
2.5 years ago, were there people who are wronged and people who are wrongers in general?
No, I don't think it defines a person.
Okay. How then have you changed in that regard, if you have?
Well, I think I'm being treated like a wronger. It's because I'm being punished with having no freedoms outside of jail.
You said punished like a wronger. In that regard, are you a wronger or no?
I would say no.
And you're not a wronger because? Can you explain that to me?
I don't know how to explain that.
Lots and lots of people would say you committed a wrong.
Right. Well, I should say right.
I understand. I believe you're saying that you didn't commit a wrong.
Now I believe I did.
You said that you shouldn't be punished as a wronger, or something like that.
The best option is reform.
Okay. I want to stick with the punish for right now.
Okay.
You're being punished like a wronger. I think those were your words. And the implication is that you're not a wronger, but you're being punished. And when I said, are you a wronger? You said, no.
All right.
Do you see the disconnect between your statement and what so many other people say about you being a wronger?
That's what they believe.
And in what way can you convince me, I guess, with an argument that you are not a wronger?
Well, it's what I believe. It's moral relativism.
I understand a little about moral relativism. I'm asking, other than the tautology of it's true because I say it's true, do you have any other way of convincing me or in the direction of believing that you're not a wronger?
Well, it was only one event. The rest of my life, I was okay.
Okay. One event out of many. One day out of many thousands of days
Right.
that you've lived. Okay. Anything else contribute to your argument to me that you're not a wronger?
No.
Okay. Would the same principle apply to somebody who robbed a bank one time?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that person deserve punishment? Let me go back. So that person, on balance, would not be a wronger if the rest of his life was law-abiding?
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand the concept. It sounds like in pursuing that concept, one sort of has to say the punishment system is wrong itself, unless somebody really has been wrong most of the time in their life. A wronger consistently, lots and lots. Am I close there or no?
Well, it's better to have a correcting system than a punishment system. But we currently don't really have a way to correct brain diseases.
And that's a philosophical statement. Let me now bring it to you. You're not a wronger because you say you're not a wronger, because that's your philosophy
Or belief.
or belief, and because you had many, many more good days than bad ones.
Right.
Only one bad one. Okay. Does the wrong have anything to do with how much of a wrong it was? For example,
A lot of people versus everyone.
exactly, that was exactly my thought. 12 deaths, 50 some odd injuries. Some
The
number.
magnitude matters.
Okay, the magnitude matters. Given that magnitude and the number of other lives affected, not just the folks in the theater, would you still hold to the idea that you're not a wronger?
I would say that was selfish, but not morally wrong.
Return the table slightly, because this is intriguing to me. If someone had, in an effort to kill you, cut off your leg
Okay.
so that you're not dead in a peaceful, dreamless sleep, you're alive with no leg and it hurts, has that person wronged you?
Yes. Because I'm not whole anymore.
Is that person a wronger?
No, not necessarily.
gonna turn the lights now. Members of the jury, I'm gonna give you the instruction again, since we have paused the playing of Exhibit P-TR-1009. Please remember that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. It's about 12:05, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Please remember that the advisements I have been giving you with respect to your conduct when you're not in the courtroom apply during the break. Enjoy the lunch. Thank you for agreeing to do a shortened lunch. I'll see you back here at 1:05. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time, Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor, we have, while this has been playing, and I think the court would note that the background white noise is pretty tough. We went and played it again while we were in court, just using regular old desktop speakers, and it sounds almost flawless in terms of reducing down that sound. It sounds like, and this is, I think, how it's played on our laptops, it feels like it's a speaker issue here, and I guess what I want to ask the court is if it would entertain the idea, if we came back early, of somehow using just regular cheapy desktop speakers and not use the court's internal system so that the jury could, bless you, hear it better.
I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. Anything else? Anything from you, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. The court will be in recess. be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. Back on the record, this is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Brockler, I understand that you've come up with a new system to improve the audio on the recording.
I don't want to take credit till I know if it works. If it does, then it will be my idea.
Okay.
But I think the court can see we've got a couple speakers set up, pointed at the jury. There's also a microphone strategically placed inside of what appears to be a rubber gloves box, pointed and at such a place that I think, and we've tested in here, that I think it's still hearable, all the words, but it reduces down some of the white noise. If the court disagrees at any point, I'll keep watching the court early on. If you want to take a break and go back to the old system, we can do it, Judge.
All right, we'll do that. And just for the record, the court system here in the courtroom is actually a high-quality system. It's just that when you're playing a CD on a computer, on a laptop, it's centralized, so it's going to sound a lot better. But when you then play it in our system, it's going to pick up all the sounds from that recording, and that's what's happening. It picks up all the background noise because it's a high-quality system. So in any event, we'll try it this way. If either side wants to stop, just let me know. Give me a sign. Mr. King, same thing for you. Just give me a gesture, and then we'll stop and take a break, okay? Is there anything that we need to take up at this time on behalf of the people, Mr. Brockler? On behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Be seated. Try not to assault each other, folks. I was just mentioning yesterday about how you're getting along, and I appreciated that. Welcome back. The record should reflect the jury's back in the courtroom. Members of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. In a moment, the prosecution is going to resume publishing Exhibit P-TR-1009. Before that happens, however, I'm going to remind you once again that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. With that, Mr. Bruckler, you may proceed. I will dim the lights.
Under what circumstances might he not be a wronger? Having cut off your leg in an effort to kill you.
He had to do it.
He had to do it to what?
If he had to cut off my leg for some reason or another. Or else there were other consequences to not doing it.
What if he was simply trying to kill you and didn't succeed? And he was trying to kill you in order to get a point for himself?
What do you mean by a point?
The same kind of points that you mean.
Value?
Yes.
Then he wouldn't be wrong.
He would not be wrong. Okay. What do you think you, the victim in this scenario, would do or feel with regard to the person that tried to kill you and you lost a leg?
Probably want vengeance.
Probably what?
Want vengeance.
Okay. Do you think you'd think that he was a wronger? From your victim viewpoint?
Maybe for what he did in that specific case, but that doesn't mean he's generally a wronger.
Okay. Let me carry just a little bit further. Your philosophy is strongly held. Your belief is strongly held.
Yeah.
And somebody tries to kill you and you lose the leg. Speculating, I guess. Do you think your belief would cause you to look him in the eye and say, I lost the leg, I'm sorry I lost the leg, but you're not a wronger?
Why would he apologize?
What?
Why would he apologize?
No, I'm talking about you looking him in the eye and saying, and no matter what, he's being silent, but you hold your belief strongly, as you've described. Do you think you could, realistically speaking, say, you tried to kill me, I lost my leg, but I don't believe you're a wronger?
Yeah, I think he used to do that.
Okay. Reminds me a little bit of the Christian beliefs, in which one of the tests of it is, do you believe it enough to go and be crucified in the Inquisition or something like that? It's reminiscent of other people's strong beliefs. At least my questions are.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense or not. It makes sense to me.
People held strong beliefs in the Inquisition, but would change them after torture and stuff.
You think you'd change yours after torture?
Yeah.
Think you'd change it after you lost the leg?
No.
And that's all hypothetical. I understand that.
Okay.
Although about 5 sentences down, you have another question here. Do you believe in forgiveness? I don't know whether the you is you or who the you is. Tell me about forgiveness.
That's where I guess, I was going to say you forgive somebody, but that's certainly not.
What does forgiveness do?
It reestablishes the balance of justice.
You've used the word balance a couple of times, yeah.
Or equality.
If you're the wronged person, does forgiveness do anything for you?
It makes the situation equal again.
I get to a page titled The Destruction Law.
Yeah.
Tell me about the destruction law as you were thinking about it.
It's kind of the opposite of a society or societal law, where like instead of trying to build and increase the population in a society, you're decreasing the population in the efforts to destroy everything.
And what's the premise of that? What's the purpose or the foundation or the reason for that one might
Just
do
to
that?
eliminate mankind.
Tell me more about eliminating mankind. What does that do? Where does it come from?
Well, the destruction law, every 2 people you kill, you're allowed to have 1 child, so it increases the incentive to be destructive, and people who don't kill people can't have any children.
Do you recall kind of the frame of mind or what you were thinking about when you wrote this page?
It's kind of like an alternative to nuclear winter.
And I take it there is something positive about the destruction law, or am I misunderstanding? That's a good thing under some circumstance?
The positive is it eliminates mankind and all problems associated with living.
I guess I could look at it one way and think about population control.
Right. So
But I think you're saying eliminate mankind altogether. Is that right?
right, and you do it through this population control, increasing destruction.
And you have a little reward for people who do murders. That is, they can have children of their own if they want to,
Right.
according to what you've written. And tell me why the elimination of mankind is something to be accomplished.
Because there's no purpose or reason for mankind to exist.
Why does that make it important to destroy it?
So the problem of that purpose is solved.
The problem of that purpose? What problem of that purpose?
problem of not having a purpose is solved.
Okay. From our viewpoint, there's no purpose in Jupiter either.
Okay.
So should we just destroy it?
Destroying Jupiter won't solve any and all problems. No.
But it has no purpose anyway. What problems does mankind create?
War, famine, disease.
Okay. Okay. And those are differences between mankind and Jupiter. I'll certainly give you that.
Right.
It sounds like you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that mankind causes wars. Destroying mankind will end wars. And that's a good thing.
Right.
Are you saying that anyone who's affected by a war is automatically to be destroyed or needs to be destroyed? There are no innocents, if you will, or no benign or neutral or innocent folks involved in the wars?
Well, not everybody's involved with wars.
But you're willing to wipe out mankind to eliminate wars
And all the other problems.
and all the other problems. What I don't hear you saying is, let's wipe out all the warmongers.
Well, it's kind of human nature almost to fall back to wars and violence when there's no solution.
So, in the end, everybody's a warmonger? And if you destroy them all, then you're assured of destroying all the warmongers?
Well, they're not necessarily warmongering, but everybody has problems and has to live life as a struggle.
Once again, going back to some of the things we've talked about before, it doesn't sound like you're talking about this as something that you do in anger.
No, there's no anger to it.
Okay. Because we've talked, I think, about ways in which you hate mankind.
Right, kind of.
Or hated mankind.
Aversive versus aggressive.
Okay. The broccoli versus
Even though I actually like broccoli.
okay. Okra, something else.
Oh, Brussels sprouts.
Brussels sprouts. Okay. And it's interesting to me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. There seems to be a distinct separation and non-relationship between to use your words, hatred of mankind, which you sometimes describe as aversion to mankind,
Yeah.
on the one hand, and quite separate, the destroying of mankind.
No, destroying doesn't come out of the hatred.
I understand. Does the destroying at all, in any way, come out of the aversion or hatred of mankind? Even the aversion, let me use your word aversion, even though we both understand that you've used the word hatred before, but you've said hatred means aversion of, like hatred of Brussels sprouts.
Right.
If I'm tracking right with
Right,
you.
right.
Okay. Is there any connection between that concept, which has been with you for a long time, decades, and the wish or need or logic of destroying mankind?
There might be some incentive there.
I'm sorry?
There might be some incentive there.
Tell me about that.
Well, because I'm averse to mankind, I don't want to have to deal with people. So one way is to get rid of them.
And we've talked a bit about there are ways to not be around them.
Right. One way is to be solitary in jail.
Even though you still have to deal with them a little bit.
Right. So they bring meals and stuff.
There are ways to be much more isolated outside of jail.
True. Yeah.
So the concept of, not to trivialize it, of destroying all the Brussels sprouts in the world. Then you would never have to look at another Brussels sprout. You wouldn't have to look at a can of Brussels sprouts on the supermarket.
Right.
Is that getting akin to it? Is that analogous at all?
It's an option.
Or am I just making a really, is the analogy pretty much falling apart here?
No, it makes sense.
The end result is that you become one way or another isolated from mankind. The end result, I'm sorry, the end result of the shooting.
Right.
Either in an isolation type cell or deceased.
Right.
That purpose in the shooting is quite different from another purpose that you've mentioned, and that is to keep yourself from killing yourself.
Right. There's two separate things.
Any other pieces of the killing, of the motivation for the killing?
I can't think of one.
To keep yourself from killing yourself,
Right.
and to end up somewhere
Minimal human interaction.
with minimal human interaction. Does it occur to you that they're both kind of selfish motivations?
Yeah, because it doesn't take the other person's perspective into account.
They're both to make you feel better in some way.
Yeah.
On the same destruction law page, ultraception comes up once more. Only the arrows go in a confusing direction for me. Ultraception, dilated pupils, and more light. But the arrows are going that way, as if more light leads to dilated pupils, leads to ultraception. I would have thought the arrows would have gone the opposite way. Does that make sense, or can you explain that?
I don't remember what that means.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm reading that a little bit erroneously. More light in eye. Okay. It sounds like you were wondering, one of the things you may have been wondering about is your dilated pupils.
Yeah, because I had them going into jail before I got on medications. I don't know what they came from.
I look at your booking photograph. At least I think it's your booking photograph. It's one that they use in the newspaper and stuff like that, with the jumpsuit on and the yellow or orange hair. Your pupils are not particularly dilated in that. Maybe a little bit, but not that much. Roughly where they are today.
All right.
Just kind of interesting. And by the way, your pulse when I took it was not as fast as it was when you were over at the hospital.
Well, maybe because I'm more used to it in jail.
I was going to ask if you feel in some way a little more at ease
Could be.
in jail, or maybe a little more used to me.
could be that too.
Hey, I'm a friendly guy, right?
Yeah.
There's some pages about math and geometry and waves and stuff like that that I'd love to talk with you more about. But here's a page that says identifying the philosophers, aka insanes. Does that ring a bell about what you might have been thinking a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I remember some of what they wrote. It was about true or false questions.
Yes. Yeah, the rest of the page has to do with true and false questions. But the equivalence apparently here, the philosophers are also known as the insanes. Is that kind of a philosophical statement, or is it a true equivalence, or
I don't know this.
roughly any particular meaning to that, or that you can think of right now?
None that.
And there's chain theory, which looks interesting. You had calculus. How far did you go in math and calculus?
Oh, I only took like medium calculus.
Okay. How about physics?
Basic physics, like they call it like physics 2A, 2B, 2C. So like 3 physics courses.
Recalling things or reading sense about things like string theory and brain theory?
I read a little bit about string theory.
Okay. Interesting to you? Or does it come to mind when you talk about your chain theory?
Yeah, it's pretty much chain theory.
Okay. Okay. And here's the poem you were talking about that you wrote apparently after.
Yeah, I think it was after.
Any thought about roughly when you wrote the poem?
December.
I'm sorry?
December.
About December, and I'll put a question mark. Would you read the poem to me?
What cruel dies of fate, whom sunken lies in wait, the past exceeds escape, to live and love and hate. With destiny I cry, forever love, forever.
That's quite a poem. Can you tell me about the image in the poem, the imagery, the thoughts?
I was depressed. So I can't remember when I was depressed.
What cruel dies, D-Y-E-S, of fate? What are the meanings of the images in that line?
I don't know what it means.
Whom sunken lies in wait. What comes to mind?
I don't know.
This is a lot of I don't knows this morning.
I was never very good at analyzing poems.
But these are things that came out of you.
Right. Yeah.
And they're kind of pretty things that came out of you.
Okay.
Yeah. What cruel dyes of fate? What kind of dye are you talking about?
Color.
Colors.
Yeah.
Not a dye like a dice that would be tossed. It would be spelled slightly different.
I think it would be spelled differently.
It would, but sometimes poets misspell things. Talking probably about color. Whom sunken lies in wait. Sounds like you're saying fate is sunken down and lying in wait. Is fate lying in wait for you?
Well, all the time it is, yeah.
The past exceeds escape.
You can't escape your path.
To live and love and hate With destiny I cry forever, forevermore, forever. And then an ellipsis, dot, dot, dot.
Yeah, forever goes on.
To live and love and hate with destiny, I cry forevermore, forever. That's saying something kind of deep and poignant about you. What's it saying about you?
Is that I'm trapped by my destiny.
What's the picture in your mind?
Like sadness.
Tell me more. What's the painting?
I don't have a mental image of it.
What are the feelings? What's the smell? What are the sounds? The sadness, the picture. With destiny I cry forevermore, forever.
And
When you're by yourself, do you know when you're by yourself? Does it come to you?
what do you mean?
Do you feel it more deeply, more poignantly, perhaps?
I don't think so.
Do you feel the poem?
Yeah, it's just one of sadness. It's an expression of sadness.
As we're thinking about it, do you happen to remember what you were doing or thinking when the poem came out of you?
Oh no, I don't remember.
Write any other poems?
I think I wrote one in the notebook.
Okay. Any others? Do you think about them?
Not really.
I'm a little surprised you don't write.
I don't write anymore.
Yes.
I kind of figure what's the point of writing.
We talked about the photograph and the notebook.
To be remembered. I guess
Yes.
one way writers are remembered, right?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. As ways to be remembered, as legacy. And you indeed mentioned that it's a way for your belief to get out and to exceed your death whenever that may come.
Right, I kind of think, why does it even matter if it does matter?
You getting depressed lately?
Not lately, no.
How are you sleeping?
Sleep a long time, from like midnight to 4 in the afternoon.
Why do you suppose you sleep so much? There are several possible reasons.
It's the easiest way to pass the time.
That sounds kind of hopeless to me. It's the easiest way to pass the time yesterday and today and tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah, for years.
What are you feeling as you say that, or as I say that?
That's just the way it is.
That's the way I'd expect a non-sentient being to experience it. You're a sentient being.
Right.
My dog experiences his situation because that's the way it is.
I think dogs are sentient.
My gerbil,
I think gerbils are sentient too.
my chameleon.
I don't know about reptiles.
Okay. But you've got more capacity to remember the past, to speculate about the future, to put yourself in different situations.
I can't change the future or the past, though.
Nobody can.
Right.
But most people, everybody that I know of, has thoughts and feelings about pasts and futures.
Yeah, I have those too.
Tell me about some.
Well, they usually have fond memories of the past. They good back family. Not too many fond future memories or suppositions.
You talked about sadness. You haven't talked much about fear.
Right.
You mentioned that when you're by yourself, you can bring the shadows.
I haven't been able to lately.
Beg pardon?
I haven't been able to lately.
You haven't been able to. Have you tried?
Yeah. Looking at like blotches on the wall.
When you
Looking at blotches on the wall.
looking at blotches and you haven't been able to bring the shadows.
No.
Okay, yeah, the Baron of the Land game. Kennedy?
Just something to pass the time.
You know, that strikes me as maybe a little more fun way to pass the time than just sleep. What about you?
Well, I find sleeping is the easiest, the most effortless.
That's true, effortless. That's true. How are we doing on time? Why don't we stop for lunch?
Okay.
And I'll come back in an hour and a half or so.
Alright.
All right. So, get the gentleman back in here. They treating you okay, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're going to break for lunch, gentlemen.
I'm gonna turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the people just finished publishing Exhibit P-TR-1009. Members of the jury, I remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. Mr. Brockler, would you like to proceed with additional questions of Dr. Reed at this time?
I would, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Doctor, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And members of the jury, I remind you that Dr. Reed's testimony has been admitted for a limited purpose. You may consider his testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this testimony for any other reason. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, I want to take you back to the beginning of this segment and ask about a couple early things. One, you made comment about the defendant's pupil size, which you did again after you referenced an initial booking photo. What significance was that?
I was looking for significance in the pupil size. One of the likely significances is that they have to do with anxiety that he's feeling, whether he's feeling it consciously or not, because a part of our nervous system is unconscious, the sympathetic nervous system, that when we get nervous makes our pupils get wider. I can't give you very much evidence for that within these videos because sometimes they're smaller, sometimes they're larger, but it's conceivable, and he mentioned it too, that he's simply less anxious right now talking with me or less anxious being in jail than he was at the hospital.
Any other significance that you could find psychiatrically, Doctor?
No.
You also asked him to do some sort of a trick or a skill that he had mastered, reciting the alphabet backwards. Why?
I heard that he could recite the alphabet backwards, and I was curious about it. It's also sort of an icebreaker. It gives him something to do. That's a skill he has that lots of other people don't have. I could compliment him on it to help our relationship, and it's pretty hard to do. He deserves that compliment, I guess.
Can I ask you to do it right now? No, I'm not.
You can
I'm not gonna
ask,
do it.
but I won't be able to do it.
You talked to him a bit about what he did leading up to his performance on those hour-long oral board prelims. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was the significance of that for you psychiatrically?
This period of his life was a month, 6 weeks to 8 weeks or so before the shootings. It's of considerable interest how he was functioning in the world in April, May, June, and early July. The prelims are a kind of gateway exam for graduate students that's generally fairly difficult and is very, very important, excuse me, in the life of a graduate student for advancing to future studies. Ordinarily, one would expect someone to be studying hard. He didn't. And we went into why he might not have been, or why he wasn't studying hard, and he gave me some reasons.
Were those reasons at all irrational to you?
They were not irrational in the sense of he had reasons, he had something else to do, namely pursue the mission, and he also had decided by that point that graduate school was not going to be very relevant to the rest of his life. It should be added that that decision in itself to plan to shoot people for the reasons that he had is not particularly rational in my view.
What about the idea that he also told you, hey, look, they didn't tell me what to study for. They didn't give me direction. I asked I can't remember the word, if it was mentor or whatever, and he said, study everything. What about that?
I wasn't there, I don't know for certain, but it sounds like sort of an excuse. All graduate students have prelims and they all are in the same boat, so to speak. I don't know whether all the other students would have said the same thing, but it doesn't sound like, it sounds like a bit of a cop-out.
There's another portion where you end up asking him about if he's made the decision not to pursue this graduate course, why not just drop out? Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was significant about that exchange psychiatrically?
He said, I didn't drop out earlier, even though I was making the plans and didn't see much future in graduate school, because somebody might notice. I think he used the term, it would be conspicuous to the people around him, and he also mentioned conspicuous to Dr. Fenton. This was around the time, he said, that he bought the shotgun, which was the second weapon, the second firearm that he bought. That, among other things, suggests to me that he wanted to keep it secret, and although the shootings and the purpose for the shootings may be less than rational, the keeping it secret was, in my view, a rational part of being able to get to the point of the shootings.
How does it speak to, if at all, his capacity, in your opinion, to know right from wrong based upon societal standards of morality?
It is quite consistent with capacity to know right from wrong in that narrow example.
Yes, sir. There's another portion where you begin to talk to him about the rules and whatnot, and he ends up saying something, or he confirms a statement that you make that he makes his own rules. Is that significant?
Rules in what context?
I'm sorry, in terms of his philosophy. I don't know what. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The relativistic.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Objection. Can we get just a question and answer here, please? I don't have a question.
I think there was a question, and then there was a question by the witness seeking clarification, and then there was clarification provided. Did you understand the question?
I do now, sir, yes.
All right, go ahead, you may answer. The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
He spoke about his concept of morality his concept of right and wrong being one that some philosophers call a moral relativism, and that is, right and wrong is what the person thinks it is, regardless of what other people think it is.
Doesn't someone who's declared themselves to be a moral relativist that says, I make up my own rules or my own standards, doesn't that mean they don't have the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality? Am I wrong there?
Objection and misstating the testimony. Mr. Holmes never said he was a moral relativist.
Right, the jury will rely on its memory of the video recording. Mr. Brockler,
Should I repeat the question, Your Honor? I'm
why
sorry.
don't you repeat the question? Yes.
May I have one moment?
Yes. While he's doing that, I'll clarify, folks, that lawyers are allowed to ask questions about what they think may have been said, but ultimately you have to rely on your memory of what was said and what is actually on the recording, all right?
Doctor, I'm going to ask you if you recall an exchange that ends with the defendant saying, well, it's what I believe, it's moral relativism. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifically. I believe you're reading from a transcript, but I don't remember it specifically. I remember the concept being talked about and shared between he and I.
Tell us what significance that has in your evaluation of whether or not the defendant has the capacity to know right from wrong based on the societal standards of morality.
In my view, it doesn't go to the capacity to know right from wrong. It simply says what I think is right is what is right, and I don't care or don't believe in what other people say. I'm not certain that's exactly what he said, but I think I'm being responsive to your question.
The rest of the time, it seems like you spend trying to delve into some writings that were obtained from the jail. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember about when those writings were generated and obtained?
I'm not certain exactly when. He clarified that to some extent. There was a collection of writings, not unlike a journal, in his cell prior to his psychiatric episode in November of 2012. It apparently was closer to that event than it was to his arrest, but I'm not certain of that. And did your question go beyond that or not?
No, but I will ask a follow-up then. To be clear, though, when you say it happened before, my guess is the November 2012 incident?
Yes.
That you're still talking about it being after when the defendant was being prosecuted for this case. Is that fair?
After his arrest?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You go into some detail with him about his philosophy in there. What's the point of that? What are you doing?
I was interested in the contents of that journal. It was things that he had written down without anyone asking him to write them down. I was interested in whether they might bring out or be consistent with or suggest serious mental illness and things that might have a bearing on his mental health and his capacity on July 1920.
Now, his answers to those questions, reflecting back almost 2 years from when he generated them, is there anything about that conversation that changed your opinion about the defendant's sanity in this case, as defined by the court on the two capacity prongs we've been discussing?
It did not change my opinion about his capacity on July 1920.
There's one other part I want to finish up with. There is a quote, I'm going to ask you if you recall it. He says, because I'm adverse to mankind, I didn't want to have to deal with people. So one way is to get rid of them. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How does that go to whether or not the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Those are unusual statements, and within this session, there were a lot of odd statements, some difficulty explaining things, the difficulty that the defendant had explaining things. That suggested emotional problems. That doesn't go, in my view, to how he was doing in terms of capacities to do things on July 1920. It may be relevant to what his diagnosis is. That's the best I can do with it.
Change any opinion that you formed on July 19th or 20th about the defendant's sanity?
No, it did not change any opinion.
All right, there's another segment of this, Your Honor. I think I have it here. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Is that okay? Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 1010, and there's the same two copies we've referenced now a bunch of times. One has the seal of our office on it. That one ostensibly is the harder to hear version. And then the other one is the one that, again, should be the easier to hear version. Have you had an opportunity, one, with the 1010 with our seal on it, to review that in detail to see that within the context of the court's orders, is a fair and accurate copy of the recording that you made of the defendant on the afternoon of April 27th, 2014?
It's a fair and accurate representation of that session.
Okay. And then the other disc, the one without the seal on it that's supposed to sound better, did you have a chance to confirm that appears to be the same copy as the one that we just confirmed you watched in detail?
I compared the times and verified that the video was there and certified it by initialing it.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission and publication of People's TR 1010.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No additional objection.
Without additional objection and based on my prior rulings, P-TR-1010 is admitted. And I'm admitting the version with the enhanced sound. All right? You want to publish it now, Mr. Brockler?
Would, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Doctor, do you want to step down?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
And while the prosecution is getting ready to do that, members of the jury, I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. And I talked to you in more detail about that yesterday. You'll recall that. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for the truth of their content or for as evidence of the content of the statements or for any other purpose. All right, with that, you may proceed.
Your Honor, also, we've marked the one with the seal as CTR 44. Is that okay?
That's fine, thank you. All right, I'm gonna dim the lights.
Is it medieval story or does it have fantasy or sci-fi text mixed in?
It has fantasy mixed in.
Maybe a couple of notes here. Those are still good, huh? Close again. Thank you.
there something that you recall from this morning that you want to expand on or clarify? When you were buying some of the equipment before this year, at Bass Pro Shop and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I noticed one of the videos, you spent a long time in the store, they kept you waiting a long time. You're waiting at the counter for like 30, 40 minutes or more.
That was the first time, because I didn't know how long that background check was.
Okay. So somebody, background check at the time?
Well, yeah, there's like, in order to, like, 4 people are wanting to form me or something.
Okay. Was it shorter after that? Or were several of the times you'd be in the store for an hour just to go through paperwork?
Subsequent visits, I would go like eat lunch and come back to the store.
In the store, I know that you're uncomfortable around strangers. In the store, did you have any difficulty with people? Did it bother you?
No, because I had something to talk about. I was there for this.
Other customers didn't bother you, billing about, things like that?
No.
I've got a note here. There was a time, I'm wondering if you remember, when you were talking with Ben, sometime after you started seeing Dr. Fenton, and Ben was telling you he was depressed. Do you recall that?
No, I didn't.
So that's a long time ago, 2.5 years ago.
I think I would remember that, but I don't remember its name.
Oh, Ben having times when he was depressed too, he was depressed at times, or do you not recall that?
I took him to the emergency room, but I don't know what it was for.
Wow, you took him to the emergency room.
Yeah, Gargi told me that she can't drive, so she asked if I could drive Ben and her.
And you don't recall why? You don't recall what it was for?
I asked and inquired.
It was for Ben or for Gargi?
For Ben.
It was for Ben. What do you suppose was wrong?
I don't know, just some health problem.
With his depression, as far as you recall, or?
This is the first time I've heard he was depressed.
When you were, let's say that again, I'm not sure.
You telling me that he's depressed is the first time I think that I've ever heard that he was depressed.
In your interactions in texts, there's a reference to Ben telling you he was feeling depressed. You may not recall it.
I just might have overlooked it or something.
Telling him that he should use his depressed feelings, quote, to be destructive to the world around him. I just want some clarification of that if you remember. Do you remember a time talking about going to see Dr. Fenton with Ben? Did you talk with him about hearing voices, or said that hearing voices might be fun?
I don't recall that.
That's in one of the texts as well. I just don't recall. Okay, that's fine. She had with Dr. Bessner.
A little bit.
They were like over a year ago, I guess. But you spent a lot of time with them.
Yeah, a couple of days.
I'd like to get into those in some more detail, but I didn't bring the materials with me. I'll bring them tomorrow. But one of the things I remember you telling Dr. Bessner was that there was
teaching that killing people will make you feel better. Does that make sense, or do you recall saying that?
It sounds like something I would do.
Okay. You told Metzner, or Dr. Metzner, that the killing quote didn't work.
I didn't help with my depression.
Didn't help with the depression. Okay, I was wondering what the context was then. When you and I talked, Pat, I was thinking that you had told me that it did work, that it kept you from killing yourself, and you got the value points for doing it. Is there a disconnect that I'm missing there? Or?
I did get the value. It didn't stop my suicidal or homicidal thinking.
Okay. Didn't stop either the suicidal or the homicidal things?
Right.
Okay. In jail right now, how often do you see that person?
Well, it was Dr. Mosier, but he left, and I don't know what happened to him. It's somebody else now, and I'd seen him once, but I very rarely see him.
Once in how long period?
Probably 6 months.
Medication for you. Is there any other mental health professional that sees you or offers to see you? They decline. Anybody else that sees you or offers to see you?
Not feeling good.
Okay. I'm curious, as you talk with either Dr. Gurr or me, a benign experience, a difficult experience, a helpful experience, how would you describe it?
Exhausted.
We spent a lot of time in just a couple of days, don't we? Yeah. When you learned yesterday that I was going to be coming to see you again, what was your impression?
Well, I thought you did a thorough exam and said that they didn't really know what you wanted to go over.
Look forward to it, or dread it, or not really care one way or the other, or interrupts your routine?
Well, it does interrupt my routine, but anything that gets you out of the cell.
What else about spending time with me did you think about when you first learned that Reed was coming back? Any other thoughts?
Really,
Were you concerned or upset in you?
I guess I was a little concerned.
Tell me about concern.
Like maybe you didn't know how to kind of classify me, or what you had to do to come back again.
There are lots of things I don't know.
Right.
There always will be. I'll share with you that the reason I came back was to clarify some things from the time we spent together. Try to go over some things that we didn't have a chance to talk about. And I could talk a lot over the weeks, I'm sure, and I'd still have things to learn, and you still have things to tell me.
Okay.
I'm hoping you'll tell me as much as you can in the
Oh,
time
I
that I
try
have.
to. Yeah.
How about when you learn that Dr. Gurr is coming? What do you think about that?
Just another break in routine. Kind of the same feeling as when you come.
Is there concern when you see her, or different feeling? 'Cause
No,
after all,
I'm a
she
little-
works for your lawyer.
I'm
and
a
I
little
know-
less concerned because she's like hired by our team.
True. Okay. Okay. When I was talking about you talking with Ben about hearing voices or seeing, I don't know whether I said, do you recall telling him that you thought hearing voices might be fun? Did I already ask you that?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
I
Got
didn't
it.
know.
Okay. You had an acquaintance in grad school named Lee, Yopyo Yi? Yopyo Lee, is that how you pronounce it?
Yom?
Was it Yum?
Y-E-O-M, is that,
Somebody could have misspelled it here, so,
is
okay.
it Young Lee, or?
It's Y-E-O something Lee.
I think he was one of the Hello Neuroscience graduate students in the first class.
Okay. Can you tell me anything about your relationship with him? What you might have done with him?
He's a friend. Made spaghetti for me once.
Okay. At your place?
Yeah.
That's nice. About when was that?
After I bought the first gun, because I think I showed it to him. He was talking about how he had compulsory military education or whatever in Korea. So I guess that's how the gun came up or whatever.
Okay. Do you remember how you showed it to him, what you did? Did y'all go out and shoot it, or
No, I just showed him and unloaded and everything.
you remember what he thought about it? Nice gun, or?
He said it was more expensive than the one the military gave him.
I can understand. I've got a note here that Lee was also depressed, or said he was depressed. Do you recall that?
Apparently, all the graduate students were
It
depressed.
sounds like it. It sounds like it's endemic to the grad school there.
Yeah, I don't remember him telling me he was depressed.
Okay. Let me just ask you about the last thing I've got on this page. You've often talked about wanting to keep the shooting of someone, the killing of someone, impersonal.
Right. I don't think I could do it if it was personal.
If it was personal. Okay. When we talked at Simhib, we talked about some of the things that really got a bit personal while you were shooting folks. I mean, you could see the people even though you were wearing a gas mask.
Yeah, there were a couple of people who ran and got carried out.
I recall now one victim who describes your moving toward him. He's in the front row. And initially aiming over his head at people behind him, or aiming behind him. And then looking at him, best he could tell with the gas mask,
Okay.
and shooting him straight on. You recall that?
No, I don't recall anything like that.
I was kind of trying to reconcile that with what you mentioned about the need for things to be impersonal.
All right.
Any thoughts about reconciling that?
I felt it was majority personal.
I'm sorry?
I thought the majority of it was impersonal.
Okay. I probably asked you this at Simhip as well. The fellow who was out emptying trash while you were waiting to go in,
Right.
into the theater.
I couldn't see him. I had the sunshade up.
Then how did you know he was
I
there?
heard him.
I'm confused there too, because you said he went back in,
Right.
and so my thought is you must have seen him in some context.
Well, he left. I heard him go open the dumpster, or not open it, just toss the trash or whatever he did.
Okay.
Because the dumpster was right next to me.
I understand. If he had looked in the car and found you,
Yeah.
what would you have done?
I had a handgun in the right passenger door that I could have used.
Think you would have used it? If he had gotten in the way of the mission in that one?
Yeah, I think so, because that's what it was for.
Okay. That would have been pretty up close and personal.
Right.
Can you reconcile that with the need to be impersonal?
Well, it's all hypothetical, because it didn't actually happen where he looked into the car or anything.
A little earlier in our talk this morning, I used the word indifferent in place of impersonal once or twice. And I think you moved that into irrelevant. I'm not sure quite the context we were talking.
Okay.
Can you draw any distinction, or are they the same, between it's impersonal versus it's indifferent?
They're pretty similar.
Good. Excuse me. I have kind of a list of things that I want to be sure that we talk about today or tomorrow. One of them has to do with your belief, and we talked a lot about that this morning, in gaining a point for someone that you've killed. We didn't use the phrase this morning, human capital. But is human capital,
That applies.
is that what we were talking about really this morning? Or is
Yeah.
it something different?
No, that applies.
Okay. We talked also, and we have talked a fair amount, about the thoughts or intrusive thoughts or impulses to kill other people that have occurred sometimes a long, long time ago, even when you were a child, right?
Right.
How far back does the human capital idea go? The idea that I will get some value for killing a person.
Since graduate school.
Just
It was
graduate.
recent, yeah.
We probably talked about this, but I'd like to address it again. Do you recall how that evolved in your mind? How the human capital concept came to be?
Well, I studied economics, and it's kind of an economic theory of value applied to people.
And I do remember us talking about the economics, so you're getting me back on track. Thank you. Tell me more about how and when it evolved and how it shaped into what it was as of May, June, July of 2012.
I don't remember when, but I did a text message to Gargi about the human capital. I think it was before I bought any weapons.
And I recall that text. I don't recall it word for word, but at that point, was the concept pretty new to you, or had it developed for quite a while?
It was novel.
It was a novel idea at that time.
Yeah.
Was it, as far as you can remember at that point of the text with Gargi, was it fully developed, or was it embryonic?
It was in its beginning stages.
Beginning stage. What happened with the stages after that? Tell me more about how it evolved and developed.
I started quantifying it, so I gave it numbers, as opposed to just being qualitative, which is just a description. And so that was the kind of final version, was this quantified example of the example.
Do you remember a point, excuse me, do you remember roughly a point at which the quantification kind of clicked and fell into place?
When I was writing it down, I don't remember when I wrote it down though.
Writing it down, like in the notebook?
In the notebook.
Okay. And the earliest that you were writing in the notebook was about?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember.
I was thinking that the notebook started in June or July, but that may be too late. Did it start before that?
It could have. I didn't put dates on it, so.
Okay. But the quantification, correct me if I'm wrong, was at least weeks before the shootings, or could it have been closer to the shootings than that?
It was at least weeks before.
Okay. All right. And I think we talked earlier about the lack of much relationship, but the presence of some relationship between the hatred toward mankind and the motive or motives for the shootings. They're pretty much separate.
Yes.
Okay. I have a note to look further into your view of right and wrong, and whether there's a right and whether there's a wrong. And you referred to people who are wronged and wrongers in your writing. Can you talk a little about your view, particularly your view back in 2012?
I believe in moral relativism, so you kind of decide for yourself what's right and what's wrong.
And that's certainly one view of it. Was that the way your primary belief was in mid-2012?
I believe so.
As far as you recall. There's certainly more than one way to look at morals and ethics and right and wrong. And some people may look at it solely, or entirely in one way, and some people may look at it in different ways in different situations. How about you?
No, I was pretty strong moral relativist.
Okay. Now I want you to tell me about moral relativism. What does moral relativism mean for Jimmy Holmes?
Just that there's no concrete, absolute set of moral standards. It's contrived by the individual.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't have anything else.
And there have been books and papers written on it.
Yeah.
You're teaching me. Teach me about it.
Well, that's all I know.
You know more than that. Teach me about it.
I don't know what else to say.
If I come back and say, that's BS, can't be true.
But now
The world would go to hell if that were true.
Yeah.
Teach me
It would
why.
fit with moral relativism.
Beg your pardon?
it would fit with moral relativism because you're having your own opinion and your own belief.
Is the moral relativism an idea that it's fine to have? Or is it something that is or ought to be simply a part of society? That everybody should have and act on their own ideas of what's right and wrong?
It's an idea, so you can choose whether to adopt it or not.
Is it an idea with enough legs, with enough foundation, that society could get along with it? If everybody was a moral relativist?
Yeah, I think so.
How would you deal then with the idea that what one person thinks is right, I don't want him to do? He thinks it's right to steal my money or steal my candy bar.
Then you have to have some sort of enforcement
Enforcement of what?
of your beliefs. So you have to have some way of enforcing your beliefs to prevent him from doing what you think is wrong.
Is he doing something wrong by taking my candy bar?
He's doing something wrong according to you, but according to him, it's fine.
Does it make sense to you that if that were true for 300 million people, it simply wouldn't work? Would that be your conclusion as well, or not?
No, you have to change society, the way society works together. You have to have like enforcers that are like personal bodyguards to make sure you don't succumb to some other person's idea.
Sounds like kind of a survival of the fittest society.
I guess so.
I mean, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like the weak or anybody that goes to sleep with his candy bar visible is going to lose, and the
So you
strong
have to hide your candy bar.
are going to get all the candy bars, or all the money, or all the lives, or all the pretty women, or whatever the item is.
So it would be a completely different society from ours, where it's equality based. There it would be survival based.
What do you think of having that kind of society?
I've never been in it, so I don't know how it would work.
Does it sound like a place you'd like to be?
If you're the top dog, yeah.
How many people can be the top dog? I'm not trying to get into just a kind of a philosophical discussion with you, but it keeps occurring to me that if you're the person who makes the rules for your behavior, and it's okay within the society or within the larger population for you to do that, then that's a very odd society. You may believe it's okay. I guess, let me ask you this, does society then have a right to contain you if it doesn't want you to do what you think is okay?
Well, you're kind of your own society, so.
Only if you live by yourself. If you can do whatever you think is okay,
Right.
and that happens to injure or deprive or kill other people, should society have the right to contain you or not?
I'm kind of looking at it as you have groups of societies. You have your own group of society, that may be a conflict with another group of society. And whoever's strongest or cleverest is going to win.
Does that sound like a way that overall society could be successful?
It sounds like the way societies are on a global scale, like an American society versus an Asian society.
Okay. It sounds like a society that's doomed to have a few wars, to me.
Yeah, there'd probably be a lot of them.
And you had an answer for that you've spoken of many times.
I'm drawing a blank.
What's that?
What's the answer?
You've said to get rid of mankind altogether.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is that kind of where that was going, or not? Because
No,
that looked
I
like...
don't think more relativism would destroy humanity.
Where is the place in our discussion where there was a flaw that would get us off the track from moral relativism to destroying mankind as the thing to do?
That was what I said was the destruction law, where if you're rewarded for destroying people with procreating children and stuff.
As far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, you haven't been a guy that broke a lot of laws.
No, I think I got one speeding ticket,
Yeah.
and maybe red light violation.
Did you run a lot of red lights when you thought you could get away with it?
No, I didn't do it when I could get away with it. It was one that had a very short timed yellow light.
Okay.
So I think they did it to charge people lots of money.
At other times, did you run lots of red lights when you thought you could get away with it, or did you
No,
stop?
I don't think I've ever ran a red light
Okay.
intentionally,
Why would that be?
because I don't want to get T-boned.
Okay. You slow down, you're pretty sure nobody's coming, but the light is red. Would you go or stop?
I would stop. Or there could be a policeman hiding somewhere.
I can make it more isolated if you want.
If we're out in like the middle of Nebraska and there's a light with 4 ways, then I would go,
Okay.
because there's nothing wrong with going.
And as you can tell, I'm kind of trying to understand better your moral relativism.
Okay.
If you're in a store and you can shoplift something,
They have cameras, so you shouldn't probably do that, or you'll get caught.
so far, every reason you've given has had to do with getting caught or not getting T-boned. It hasn't had to do with a feeling that it would be wrong to take someone else's property, for example, in a store.
Well,
Am I right, or is that
can-
not right?
even the concept of property is one that's kind of misleading, because you can't really own anything.
And now we're getting way off into another kind of philosophy. I'm trying to focus on, are there any other things that are contrary to what I might see as right that you did? I'm not saying that very well at all. You killed and wounded a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think that's a wrong thing to do.
Okay.
You think it's not a wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
Or at least you don't think you're a wrong person for doing it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other situations in your life, or in your life in May, June, July of 2012, in which you chose to do things that were wrong to, that I would probably think would be wrong to do, but you wouldn't?
No, I think I was on the set track for the killings.
No, I'm not talking about the killings. Everybody who's talked with me about you has said you're a pretty straight arrow guy.
Right.
They don't question your honesty particularly. They don't question you're not a cruel guy. You're not a mean guy. Nobody has told me that when you have a chance, you steal stuff. When you have a chance, nobody said that. The only thing that I can see in your background in which you and I would probably disagree about wrongfulness is this event, the killings. That seems odd to me. A true moral relativist, it seems to my simple mind, would have other examples in his life in which he didn't act the way other folks do, the way other, quote, law-abiding folks or straight arrow folks do.
Well, that's because there's punishments and...
You're a smart guy. You can avoid punishments.
I don't know about that.
You didn't get drunk. You didn't do drugs. You didn't... I'm thinking of illegal things, but I'm not. I don't necessarily want to limit it to illegal things because there are things that are quote-unquote wrong. They're not illegal. You treat people fairly nicely.
Yeah, just common courtesy.
Do you do that because that's what you think is right, or do you do that because
That's what you're supposed to do.
that's the way you're supposed to do it?
That's what you're supposed to do.
Did you think it's right to treat people with common courtesy?
No, there's no reason for it to be right.
Okay. Were you ever tempted not to treat them with common courtesy?
Yeah, but I held back
Why?
because you're not supposed to be rude.
But you're not supposed to shoot people either. And
Yeah.
it sounds like they're not comparable, but maybe there's a little analogy here. You wanted to be rude, but you weren't rude because it was against convention to be rude.
Right, yeah.
Somebody who was pretty convinced that he could do anything he thought was right, I would think that person would just go ahead and be rude.
Well, I don't think like that.
In one of the videos, it shows you holding the door open for someone behind you or helping the person or something like that in a store.
Okay.
You didn't have to do that.
Right. Just a nice thing to do.
Does the nice, in that case, come from within you, or does it come from social expectation?
Social expectation.
Okay. Fair enough. I also think, by the way, that you were probably a nice guy.
Okay.
We've talked from time to time about your thoughts that you were mentally ill or crazy, to use a word you used, I think, before the shootings.
Right, so I tried to research some stuff.
And some things you ruled out, other things you considered longer or ruled in. As I recall, a big long list of the possibilities in the notebook, right?
Right, yeah.
One of the things that you ruled out, and you told me at SimHip that you ruled out, was antisocial personality. Do you remember that?
I think instead of that, I had social anxiety instead of
And then what?
anti-personal disorder.
the reasoning you used, and I can probably find it in the notebook, the reasoning that you used, actually, it was in my other notes, I'll bring it tomorrow, that you didn't have an antisocial personality, as I recall, was that you weren't cruel.
Yeah, I'm not cruel.
What if I told you that antisocial folks are more about being indifferent to social convention and other people's needs than about being cruel? Many of them are not particularly cruel.
Then I might fall into that category.
Is a lack of cruelty the main thing that made you believe you weren't, quote, antisocial personality? I'm not trying to diagnose you at this minute, by the way. I'm just curious as to your thinking.
Yeah, I thought it was being mean to people. Which is one of the main symptoms.
Okay. Okay. Did anything else suggest to you that you weren't an antisocial person?
No, not that I can remember.
Some folks, I think Dr. Messner, have talked with you, or you've talked with him, about the idea of kind of having two different selves at times. And you and I talked about maybe there being a part of you that wanted to do the mission and a part of you that wanted to be stopped from doing the mission.
Exactly.
We talked about two parts in the same person, and one part, the part that wanted to complete the mission, overcoming the other. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Has there ever been a time when you felt like there were two James Holmes?
No, I don't think it's a multi-personality disorder.
What might be a suggestion that there would be literally two James Holmes? Not that you have them, but what might you look for to tell you, yep, that's me?
If there was like a cruel or mean side or something, which is different from my normal self.
Have you ever had times when there was some period of time, generally hours, but it could be minutes, where you didn't know where that time went?
Like the middle of the shooting, I don't remember that.
Okay.
Like at all, basically.
The middle of the shooting.
Yeah.
And you described to me the beginning of the shooting. You described to me the initial shooting part. You described to me the gun jamming. You described to me the walking into the lighted area of the aisle to try to unjam it.
Right.
You described to me the people leaving out the exit area where they wouldn't have to get close to you. You described to me the people who left ahead of you out the exit that you eventually went out.
Yeah.
The whole event lasted 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
I would guess 5 minutes.
Any times in which you said to yourself, wow, I don't know where I was for the rest of the day. Here it is, evening, and I have no idea where I was this afternoon. Or
No,
something
I have a
similar.
pretty good memory.
So, and I'm kind of referring to exactly what you said, missing chunks of memory, where you could have been a across town and not known it?
Yeah, I'd say in the middle of the shooting, when I was shooting randomly. I don't even know if it was randomly.
Okay. But I'm not just talking about the shooting. I'm talking about really any time in your life.
No, it hasn't really occurred.
Okay.
Can you stop it? Stop it. I'm gonna turn the lights on. Thank you. All right, the record should reflect that we have stopped the playing of People's Exhibit P-TR-1010. Members of the jury, it's 10 till 3. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please make sure you keep in mind all of the advisements that I have been giving you throughout the trial that govern your conduct when you're not in the courtroom. Enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Mr. Brockler, you have one more disc after this one, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. How long is the other disc, the last one?
I'm being told 3 hours and 15 minutes, Your Honor. And can I have 1 second? How much time is left? Sounds like this one will be done at 5, Your Honor.
All right, and the one tomorrow then will be 3 hours and 15 minutes, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, anything else that we need to talk about at this time?
Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll see you in 20. Court will be in recess. seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are you ready for the jury, folks? Mr. King?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Nobody was injured this time? No? All right. It's always preferable that way. All right, folks. Thank you for coming back. Before we proceed with the rest of the exhibit, I want to read you the instruction and emphasize for you the importance of remembering that the defendant's statements and the video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements and this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements and this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed and this video recording for any other purpose. All right, with that, Mr. Brockler, do you want to proceed with publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1010?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may do so, and I will dim the lights.
We've talked about your feeling that you were delusional at various times, delusional being the word that you used. Can you refresh me about that? Get me started on that conversation
I
again.
don't recall it when I said the context.
Okay. Can you think of a time right now when you were delusional?
Prior to the shooting.
Okay. Now I want to ask you, what's your definition of delusion?
A thought or idea that doesn't match reality.
Okay. How does that differ from someone who's deeply religious?
Well, according to their reality, their God is real.
Okay. So would you call that person, if you disagreed with that religion, would you call that person delusional for believing in some miracle of Christ or some miracle of Allah?
Good, they probably wouldn't like it too much.
Do you think the person would be delusional, or is that something different from a delusion?
Well, I'm not sure if all religion is delusional. It's certainly not scientific.
Okay. You used the word belief earlier. Your belief in the life value system, the human capital system.
Okay.
You used to phrase that was a belief, which is not scientifically testable either, right?
Right.
Tell me again some of the things you believe were delusional in the months before the shooting. Beliefs that you had that you now believe were delusional. Or maybe you thought they were delusional then.
I thought it was delusional for wanting to fill the whole world.
The sentence confuses me. I thought I was delusional for wanting to kill the whole world.
Right, wanting to kill the whole world was the delusion.
You were having the thought. In what way is that a belief? A delusion being a belief that other people don't share, that can't be dislodged with logic.
Well, other people don't want to destroy the whole world. It was my belief that it should happen.
I might, just speaking for myself, put that in the category of crazy thoughts.
Not delusional.
When I think of a delusion, I usually think of something that you think is true, but other people don't think is true.
My whole human capital system.
Okay. Do you believe that right now, do you believe that's delusional?
Yeah, because other people don't seem to agree.
You feel pretty strongly about it. You believe in it pretty strongly, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I believe it.
It's pretty unusual for people to say, I have a belief, a very strong belief, and by the way, it's a delusion.
I'm saying it would be a delusion viewed by other people, not according to me.
If I believe in multiple universes based on string theory, but lots of people don't understand string theory and say that's stupid, would I likely be delusional or have some other difference from the other people rather than a delusion?
You'd have a difference of opinion.
Okay.
because at least some people agree with you. I don't know anybody who agrees with.
Good point. Good point. Okay. You had the thought that people were watching you. I remember you talking about that law enforcement was watching you.
Yeah.
Did you have the thought that anybody else was watching you, keeping an eye on you, observing you?
Well, I thought Fenton and Feinstein were keeping tabs. Not really observing me.
In what way did you think they might be keeping tabs?
Just if my homicidal thinking was getting worse.
By what method were they keeping tabs? Or might they have been keeping tabs?
Just by thinking about it.
Would that, in the way you were thinking in 2012, would their thinking about it have brought them information about you? Is that a way to keep tabs on people? Or?
I'm not sure how they would keep tabs.
Did the mere fact that they were thinking about it allow them to observe you?
Allowed them to characterize me.
Did it allow them to observe you? Is that a way that
Like
they
physical officer, I don't know how that would.
Do you think they could do it in any way, a magic way, a practical way, a scientific way, in any way? That they're thinking about you?
Oh, I thought they could kind of tease it out of my mind a little bit.
When you were there with them or when you were not there? When would they tease it out of your mind?
Well, during the session.
During the sessions, okay. By teasing it out of your mind, do you mean get you to reveal it? Or somehow read your mind?
In a way, read the mind. Yeah.
Tell me how that works. Tell me about that.
Well, it would come from their training and their analysis of me.
And how might that help them to, in a way, and to use your words, in a way, read your mind?
Well, because it would reveal what I was thinking. I was revealing what I was thinking to them, so they could put it together and figure it out. But they didn't. They wound up not being able to.
That you would be revealing, if they weren't looking into your mind with their psyches or something like that, they would be inferring it from something that you said, for example?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Was anybody else, as far as you can tell, did you think anybody else was observing you, keeping an eye on you?
No, not really.
Okay. As you were putting stuff together in the apartment, did you ever think that there might be bugs in the apartment or hidden video cameras or something like that?
No.
Okay. You watched a fair amount of TV, and I know you like comedies and stuff. Did you watch much news before the shootings?
No, and I still don't watch news.
Any particular reason you don't watch the news?
It's not entertaining.
Do you have any interest in what's going on in the rest of the world?
Just very basic.
Like what?
Like new presidents around the world. Like,
What are, in your view, what are the most reliable places to get that news?
when I did look at news, I would go to the New York Times website. I usually read the science section.
asked this before. Did you ever get the idea that as you were watching TV, whatever was playing was particularly meaningful individually to you?
Yeah, just before the Denver Health.
Tell me about that. I think I recall you talking about it, but would you refresh my memory?
Well, there was a couple. There was one where Obama was nodding to me, and there was another with a movie, kind of adventure movie. I don't remember what it was about.
And that's exactly the kind of thing I was wondering about. Before the shooting, had you ever had that experience?
No.
Soon after the shooting, after you got arrested, the first month or so, did you have that experience?
No, I don't think so.
How about the other way around? Your thoughts or comments being able to have unusual influence over other people?
No, it was mostly the other way around.
You're a strong-willed person. The mission was a very strong impulse, and those were physical things. Have you ever been able to mentally affect other people?
No, not that I know.
And we're talking a little bit about paranormal kinds of things, parapsychology kinds of things.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Did you ever get the idea that people could hear your thoughts without asking you what you were thinking? Even back in 2012 or before?
Denver Health time.
At Denver Health?
When they locked me in the hole.
Okay. And when they locked you in the hole? Any time before that? Any time in your life?
No.
That's a little like being able to read your mind. I guess I'm also thinking about your being able to project your thoughts so that other people could understand them. Telepathy, I suppose.
No, I couldn't do that.
Okay. Tell me more about the way that was experienced by you just before you went to the hole, while you were in the hole.
Well, I thought other people were reading my thoughts, so I tried to, hide them. So I would say a bunch of colors, like red, blue, green, red, and point at myself and stuff in random locations.
As a way to
get them to stop listening to my thoughts.
Was that a way to get them to stop listening? Was that a way to camouflage your thoughts or hide them?
Yeah, it was to hide them.
To hide them. Okay. I do recall on video you're pointing at parts of the hole, for example. Oh, no, this is an aside. We were talking about the window and the door to your cell. And you can see out the window, and you can see to the, not the sally port, but where the officers are and stuff like that. Do they cover that window sometimes?
A lot of the time they do. When the people are out in the common area, so they don't look in. And when the trustees come by and clean, they'll have that covered.
But so they're covered pretty much any time there's another prisoner in the area?
Recently, yeah.
Just recently?
There was a time for a while that they would just not put it up.
Do you recall anything happening when they didn't put up the paper?
No, I don't know why they changed to putting it on so much.
Did people bother you by looking in, or?
Just looky-loos.
Putting up the covers also keeps you from seeing other people.
Right, I can't see out.
I can understand them not wanting people to be looky-loos and look in on you. But the other side of that is that that even more limits the number of people you can see, much less make eye contact with or talk to.
Right.
Does that trouble you? Does that bother you?
Well, I like being able to look out the window just because it makes the cell feel bigger.
Do you like being able to look out and see people?
I guess so. But they're kind of at an angle so that I can't really see them.
Does it matter to you whether you can see people or not?
No, it doesn't matter.
Does it matter to you whether you can talk back and forth with people?
You could still talk back and forth with the screen, the metal.
Okay. That's right. You can hear people nearby.
Yeah. I don't usually talk to them though.
You mentioned that sometimes you can hear them yelling at you or talking about you.
Yeah.
Do you ever talk to them? Ever?
Once I said like hello to one of them,
What happened when you said hello?
they said hey back or something. I don't remember.
Did you carry on a conversation?
Nope.
Is it allowed for you to have a conversation or with
I
guards?
am not supposed to talk to them. And they're not supposed to talk to me.
Is it that you're not supposed to talk or that prisoners aren't supposed to talk to each other?
Well, the prisoners can talk to each other.
But they're not supposed to talk to you. Is that right or do I misunderstand?
Right, I'm kind of isolated, so they're not supposed to talk to me.
And your feeling about that part of the isolation is?
Doesn't matter.
Do you think it would have mattered in May or June if all of your friends, I understand that you had disconnected from many of the friends at that point, if nobody would talk to you?
Well, May and June, I didn't text them or call them.
You went to the store from time to time in May and June, July.
Yeah.
Would it have mattered to you if no one in the store would talk to you?
Well, then I wouldn't be able to buy it.
Would it have mattered to you?
No. As long as I could still buy the materials and resources I needed.
Let's go back a year before that. Let's say at Riverside.
Okay.
You interacted with people a lot.
Right, yeah.
Do you think it would have mattered to you then if the people had suddenly stopped communicating with you except to say, here's your pencil?
Yeah, I would have wanted to.
I'm sorry?
I would have wanted to talk with my friends.
How do you think you would have felt? If they had done-
Outcasts, probably.
Tell me about how outcasts feel.
I feel kind of shunned.
Go ahead.
They feel no one's paying attention to them.
Anything else?
Um,
Seems to me there's a lot of other feelings, mostly negative ones, that go into being an outcast and shunned.
Yeah, I suppose.
What other ones come to your mind?
No, none that I can think of.
One that just came to my mind is that you have no value. You
in a
don't
social
matter.
society.
You don't matter to them. If they're not communicating with you, that's a pretty good sign that you don't matter. What do you think?
It could be that, or they could just have fallen out of touch.
We're talking about, let's continue to talk about the ones at Riverside.
Okay.
People that you see every day.
Yep.
And they won't talk to you. They're not allowed very much to make eye contact with you, or they choose not to make eye contact with you.
And they wouldn't feel very good.
I agree. Does it occur to you that it would convey, you don't matter, you have no value to me?
It could.
My thoughts go, and once again, they're my thoughts, not necessarily yours, to how can I get value back?
Contact your friends again.
Any other thoughts about that?
Find some other way to increase your value,
Such as?
such as human capital.
Meaning what?
That would increase your value
What would increase your value?
by increasing your human capital.
How would you do that?
Through shooting.
I feel like I've kind of led you down a path, and I don't mean to do that. What do you think about that? Does that resonate inside you at all?
Well, I think if you're feeling valueless, you want to find a way to be valuable again.
When you were in graduate school, in the last few months of graduate school, did you feel valueless? Did you feel
Pretty much.
unvalued?
Yeah.
Tell me about that feeling.
I had a loss of self-worth.
More.
The career I'd chosen was most likely over. That's it.
How about before you started buying the gun? Did you feel less value in some way? Less valued?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Because some of my rotations didn't go very well. And I guess nobody cared if I stayed in the program or not.
Nobody cared. Go on.
I don't have anything else.
How'd you feel as you said nobody cared if I stayed in the program or not?
Bad.
Any other adjectives? Bad?
Underappreciated. Outcasted.
Any other emotion coming up in you as you say those things?
Anxiety.
Doesn't show in your eyes, in your pupils. But it would be very natural for emotions to come up as you feel those things.
Yep.
You turn now to your folks.
Did you talk with them?
Yes.
Did you talk with my sisters?
Talk with your sister, Chris.
Did you clear up the abandoning thing?
Not completely,
Oh, okay.
but some. She did share with me that y'all didn't communicate all that much while you were at Riverside or any other time when you were out of the house.
Right.
But it's a little different now. You're not just off doing your own thing and she's off doing her own thing.
Well, kind of still is like that.
And one of the questions that I might ask her at some future time is, would she write to you or communicate with you if you were sick in a hospital or if you were in the military fighting in Afghanistan? What do you think she'd say there?
Probably not. She'd probably maintain radio silence.
You know that's not what I mean. Would her caring about you extend to keeping in touch with her brother if she knew he was in trouble because he was sick in a hospital, or if she knew he was in trouble because he was in Afghanistan fighting,
Yeah, I think she would.
versus if she knows that he's in trouble because he killed lots of people and is in jail?
I imagine she'd probably wait till after the trial, so she doesn't say something incriminating, something like that.
Your mom and dad can write to you without saying incriminating things.
Right. So she might be worried.
She can too.
Oh, okay.
She can too. We talked about the hypothetical situation of people not valuing you, and a sign of not being valued being that they're not communicating with you, ignoring you. And it did bring me straight back to thinking about your family. Your mom writes to you, your dad writes to you moderately often, and your sister doesn't know.
Oh, we didn't, as she said, we didn't communicate that much when I was in undergrad either.
It's still a conundrum to me though. I'm still not sure. Because just because she didn't write to you when you were doing fine doesn't answer the question to me of her not writing to you when you're in trouble.
All right, well, I guess you'd have to ask her.
And that can happen. But right now, I'm curious about whether you ever think about that. I'm really much more interested in your thoughts than hers about what impact what you did has on other people's view of you, and in a sense, on your value.
I think she still values me.
Here's an odd thought. Think she values you as 1 or 13?
7.
Seriously. And maybe that was a serious answer, I don't know.
1, I guess.
Several times I've asked you what the 13, the benefit of the 13 is to you.
It's just a feeling of value that I attribute to it.
We've talked about your feeling unvalued. Do you think it's a way to give yourself at least a way to feel valued?
Yeah.
It's a way that you made up.
Right.
Does that make it any more valid a way or less valid a way to give yourself value?
No more or less than any other way.
In other words, are you kidding yourself? Are you deluding yourself that you have value?
No.
I can say to myself, man, Bill is really good looking. And it may make me feel good. I am aware of the way I really look. And let's just assume for the moment that I don't really look good. I'm aware of the way I really look, so I'm aware that it makes me feel good to, say, put on a fresh shirt, look in the mirror and say, I feel good. But I'm not deluding myself. And I wonder if there's any analogy one way or the other to you needing to feel good or better about yourself. I'm a 13 instead of a 1.
Right, yeah, it's kind of hard set.
I'm sorry?
It's kind of hard set like that.
Hard said?
Hard set.
Hard set. Tell me what you mean.
Just that's the result of the summation of the values.
Let's see what else is on the big list here. Let's look at the notebook. Okay. You've talked about the notebook in some ways as legacy, if you will, communication, being remembered for some of the things in it, and a communication specifically to Dr. Finn.
Right.
In that regard, correct me if I'm wrong, you've sort of put more importance, at least right now, on the notebook and its contents than on the things that you wrote in your cell. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah. The notebook's more important.
Okay. What makes the notebook more important? Because I found some very interesting things in what you wrote in your cell.
Because they were prior to the shooting.
And forensically, with regard to the legal case, they may be more important in that sense. How about important to you and being remembered, or the things that you think are important other than the legal case?
No, then they're kind of look equally.
The notebook was written during a time when you've said you had things wrong with your mind.
Right.
You said it in various ways.
Broken brain.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
That the contents here pretty much from beginning to end, and maybe entirely from beginning to end, but please correct me if that's wrong,
were written at a time when you believe you had pretty serious psychiatric symptoms,
Right, and I was trying to understand them.
and you were trying to understand it. The things you wrote in your cell were, some of them were before you got any treatment,
Right,
and some of them were after you got some treatment.
a little bit, yeah.
The game, for example, the point.
Yeah,
Chronologically, those things look like they happened after the Denver Health.
right.
I'm looking for the part in your notebook where you talked about facing death or eviscerating your soul. You remember about where it is?
No,
Let's see if I can find it real quick. Goober's your mom, right?
right.
Okay. And Bobo?
Bobo,
That your dad?
yeah.
Okay. Chris is your, okay. Let me take just a minute. Interesting, I never noticed it before. Your representations of death, in here, for example,
Fire,
that's the fire, yeah.
Yeah.
Just as appeared outside the window in one of your drawings, right?
right.
Okay. And I remember seeing in that drawing a fiery head coming up as if you're red haired. But I don't think you shared that
I don't know
that association with
if I made that, yeah.
Yeah. We may have talked about this, but I'll just look at it because it's highlighted again. Among the things that you described as symptoms or things that were happening to you in June or July, in terms of symptoms, were brief periods of invincibility. Remember that?
Yeah, when I was like driving to the gym and that kind of thing, I felt invincible in my car.
Tell me about that.
Well, I just did it.
Tell me in more than half a sentence. Brief periods of invincibility.
It would usually happen when I was driving, so I go over the speed limit a lot.
Okay. Invincibility in what context then?
And that I couldn't be hurt.
In terms of having an accident, or in terms of bulletproof, or in terms of superhero?
Any of those things.
Right after that, brief periods of invincibility, comma, actions are in hyperspeed.
Yeah, time would seem to speed up.
In what way? Tell me about that.
Well, it just seemed like I was going places faster, doing things faster,
How much faster?
like twice as fast.
Twice as fast.
Yeah.
No faster than that?
Not too hyper speed, I guess.
And you're getting exactly what I was getting at. If I watch a video at
twice speed, it looks a certain way, the movements are recognizable, you can figure out what's going on.
Right, so it would still be at the 1 speed, but it would feel like the hyper speed.
That's different from, he was there just a minute ago, and now you're way over there. The flash, so to speak.
No, because it was continuous.
I'm sorry?
It was continuous, so it wasn't like flashing from place to place.
Okay. Typical 3 or 4 days a week, lasting all day. So it didn't just occur a little bit during the day, it lasted all day. At least that's what's written in the
I don't
notebook.
remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That was what you wrote on that particular day in the notebook. Possible interludes of catatonia. And you described what you meant as catatonia, I think, as a kind of tiredness and
Tired immobility.
a tired immobility. Okay. How immobile do you mean?
Like lying down and can't get up.
Okay. Can't get up at all?
I can still get up to like go to the bathroom and stuff.
Okay. So you wouldn't wet the bed?
Right.
You get up and go to the bathroom, get up to eat?
Yeah.
Roll over in bed, or would you lay in the same position for hours?
I guess there was movement
Sorry?
while lying down. I guess there was movement while lying down.
Okay. We talked about the fleeting movements in your peripheral vision, kind of like a light flicker. And correct me if I'm wrong, those are the things that evolved into the shadows, or are we talking about two different things?
They're different. Yeah. So one was like flickerings in the periphery, and the other were like seeing silhouette shadows on the wall that could move around in weird ways.
Okay. The peripheral things, seeing something flicker over
Yeah.
the side. What would happen if you turned?
It wouldn't flicker if I looked at
I'm
it.
sorry,
It wouldn't flicker if I looked at it.
there would be nothing there?
Yeah, there'd be nothing causing it.
Okay. So, about when did the things that you continued to see start?
Before I bought any weapons.
Before you bought any weapons? Okay. And how did those things start?
They just popped up.
Do you remember an early experience of it?
Yeah, I was in the lab and it happened.
In the lab? What happened?
I would just see flickerings at the side of my peripheral vision.
Okay. And when you turned, it would not be there?
Right.
Okay. Now, what I want to talk about, though, is the things that stayed there in your vision.
Okay.
I think we're talking about the shadows, but I don't want to mislabel them.
Yeah, the shadows. I could stare directly at.
Okay.
They'd be there.
The flickering stuff was different
From the shadow.
from seeing the shadow. Any other visual phenomenon that you recall?
No, those were the two.
Okay. When was the first episode of something like The Shadows?
In my third rotation lab.
Okay. The third rotation was March, April, May, or what?
Something like that, yeah. That's it.
Do you remember where you were or how that first time was?
I was just sitting at my lab desk, and it kind of happened. And it was like a moving shadow. I was kind of splitting and then reforming, and it was kind of
So you're sitting at your lab desk. There are no noxious fumes around to make this happen.
No, there's nothing.
Okay. And where did the shadow appear?
on the kind of divider of my lab. seat, I guess.
So something roughly in front of you?
Yeah, in front of me.
Okay. You watched it? And what happened?
It split into two, and kind of like, they would like gobble each other up and jump around. And, kind of,
Did it form recognizable shapes at that time?
no, it was just kind of blobs.
Eventually, they came to form recognizable shapes, am I right?
Some of them looked like people.
But that first time, it was a blob.
Yeah.
Looked like or interpreted as gobbling each other, splitting, gobbling each other up.
Yep.
Okay. How long did that experience last?
Like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. If you turned your head, do you recall whether the blobs would move or not?
If I turned my head to the side, I wouldn't be able to see them anymore.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't be able to see them anymore if I looked away from them.
Okay, so they didn't move with your vision, they stayed on the divider,
Yeah,
or else they disappeared on the other.
right.
Okay. About 30 seconds. When was the next time they came?
It might have been on the ceiling.
Same day?
No, like a different week, I think.
On the ceiling, as I recall, when you were going to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. We come back to the first time. Unusual experience. Memorable when you remember it 2.5 years later.
Yeah.
What feelings did you have when you saw it?
What's going on?
You say that in a sort of a narrative way rather than with any emotion at all. What was the emotion of what's going on in February or March of 2012?
I was surprised.
Surprise. What else?
I didn't know what to attribute it to.
Did you think there was a logical explanation or not?
I couldn't think of one.
Did you look around for a logical explanation?
Well, I looked behind me to see if there's something casting it.
That seems logical to me.
Right.
And there wasn't, I take it.
Right.
Okay. Were you frightened at all?
No.
Were you worried or concerned?
No, I wasn't.
Really? You're a neuroscience major and you just had what would at least bring up the idea of an hallucination or an illusion, one or the other. And it didn't
It didn't
concern
worry
you.
me.
Did it
Well,
worry
it
you?
wasn't doing any harm or anything.
What did you think it might be a sign of?
I don't think I thought of it that way.
At the time, if Gargi had come and said, you know, James, did she call you Jimmy or did she call you James?
James.
Okay. James, I had the weirdest experience. I'm sitting there at my lab desk and I see these blobs. They lasted for 30 seconds. They broke apart and they seemed to gobble each other up.
I'd say you should see a psychiatrist or an optometrist or something.
What would be the possible meanings of them if they'd happened to Gargi?
That she was seeing something unreal.
I'm sorry?
She was seeing something unreal.
And that might have been caused by what, if it were Gargi?
It might be a hallucination.
Okay. And what would a visual hallucination connote, generally? Not trying to make a shrink out of you, but you knew a lot about the brain at that time.
Schizophrenia, probably.
Something worrisome going on in the brain.
Right.
terrible ache in your side might connote something terrible going on in your gut.
Appendicitis or something.
Okay. But while you might have been worried for Gargi, you weren't worried for yourself. What do you make of that?
I don't know how to make that up. I don't know.
You said it was surprising, but you're acting almost as if it sort of felt natural. Nothing to write home about.
Right, yeah.
I don't think that's why you went to see Dr. Fenton, am I right, or initially Ms. Rowe?
No, I went treat anxiety.
So that wasn't something that caused you to call a doctor or look up, did you happen to try to look it up on the web or anything like that?
I don't think so. I just kind of accepted it for what it was.
I'm sorry?
I just kind of accepted it.
As the shadows became more defined and returned a second time, did you become worried or concerned at all?
No.
What do you make of that? That's twice?
I didn't consider it harmful or bad in any way.
Why is it not harmful for James, but it's potentially harmful for Gargi?
I guess because Gargi's more normal or something. Because I kind of figured I had a broken brain, so if something weird was happening, that might be why.
Oh. So one possibility is, hey, I'm weird anyway, this is just another weirdity.
Yeah.
Interesting, I never thought of that. I said weird, you said broken brain. When was the first time you recall thinking of yourself as having a broken brain?
I can't recall.
Little kid, teenager, graduate school?
I think teenager, but I'm not sure.
That's what I recall as well. I recall you kind of saying. One reason that resonated with me is that there are a handful of folks today who describe, particularly certain people who are suicidal, as having a broken brain that needs to be fixed, and that can be fixed.
It can be fixed.
It can, yes, be fixed. And I was wondering if that phrase "broken brain" came from something you read, but I think you told me.
I think I just made it up.
I think it came directly from you. Yeah. You talked about checking your appearance and scanning the environment. You talked about concerns with your penis. We went over that last time. Odd sense of self. I view myself as divided. There's a biological me which is driven by biological needs, e.g. hunger drives me to go eat, thirst, etc. The real me is fighting the biological me, namely the thinking me does things not because I'm programmed to, but because I choose to. The latest battle I lost was when I finally succumbed to falling in love.
Right.
Tell me about that lost battle of falling in love.
Well, as a kid, I thought I would never fall in love.
You thought you'd never fall in love?
Yeah.
Or you thought you'd never fall in love, or you didn't want to ever fall in love? I didn't understand what you said.
Didn't want to fall in love. Like,
Really? Because a particular reason?
oh, because girls had cooties or whatever.
Okay. But here, the real me, let's see, the latest battle I lost was when I finally succumbed to falling in love. Tell me what that refers to. What was that like?
Well, there's a biological drive to procreate and biological drive of love, and I couldn't overcome those.
Were you trying to overcome it? As far as you remember when you were writing the notebook, were you trying to overcome biological drive to procreate and fall in love?
I wound up doing so.
You wound up,
Doing so.
but were you trying not to?
Yeah, I was trying not to just fight my biology.
Tell me about fighting that part of your biology.
Well, I resisted trying to fall in love.
I'm sorry?
I resisted trying to fall in love.
You didn't fight the biology of hunger. That is, you didn't become very, very thin and not eat.
Right.
You didn't fight the biological drive of thirst. You didn't get dehydrated, at least not at this time in your life.
Right. But I kind of made a pact when I was a kid not to fall in love with the women.
That's a kid pact, I understand.
Right. So I broke that pact.
Okay. And that's one that's not a promise you can keep, is it?
I guess not.
That's not a promise that you can keep. Pretty soon you figure out that girls don't have cooties.
Yeah.
But now we're talking about you as a grown-up,
Right.
a young adult. Did you ever make a pact with yourself that you wouldn't have sex?
No.
Did you ever make a pact with yourself that you wouldn't masturbate anymore?
No.
A lot of guys, at some point, believe they're masturbating too much, or it gets in the way, or it keeps them from studying or something, and they make a promise to themselves or a promise to God, usually in adolescence, but sometimes not. I'm never going to do this again.
No, I think I did that with drinking, though, and I broke that one.
You don't ever remember making that pact with sex or
No.
masturbation? Okay. And by the way, that's another example of a promise that shouldn't be made because it can't be kept. First of all, it's a silly promise. Second, it's impossible to keep.
Right.
But sometimes people feel very guilty about not keeping the promise. It's a misplaced guilt, you know what I mean?
A little, yeah.
I'm wondering if that has anything to do with succumbing to falling in love.
It certainly sounds like misplaced guilt.
Can you tell me what your associations are to that, what you think about or feel as you think about that?
Just that I had that pact very strongly and still broke it. And then felt guilty about breaking it.
The pact to
Not fall in love.
not fall in love. Not the pact not to masturbate, the pact not to fall in love. And that's from way back in childhood?
Yeah.
Good. How does that pact stay strong? I can understand an 8-year-old making it or something like that.
Yeah.
How does that pact stay strong after you have a taste of reality and you're a young adult? It seems
It's just
unusual.
there.
Seems unusual to me. One of the ways that it might stay strong, I guess, is that if you thought that falling in love would bring something terribly bad.
No, I don't think I rationalized it that way.
falling in love means eventually you lose the thing you love?
No, I didn't put that thing.
We love our dogs. We're a little kid, we lose our dog. I'll never love another dog again because it's painful to lose my dog. I'm not saying that's you talking, but it's a way that we make pacts.
You'd have to have already loved your dog, though. And then, when I was a kid, I didn't already love a girl or whatever.
Some people who watch their parents get a divorce or watch their parents fight a lot will say, boy, this being in love must be really terrible. It causes you to argue and to throw things and maybe to get into fights. I'm not going to get into love, and I'm not going to fall in love because I don't want that to happen. I don't want myself to be hurt. I don't want to hurt other people.
That wasn't the case for me.
Beg pardon?
That wasn't the case for me.
Does the analogy apply to any other kind of pain that you might have anticipated with falling in love?
I don't think it applies.
Okay. I'll stop beating that dead horse then.
Okay.
You succumbed to falling in love. In what way did you succumb, and how did you fall in love?
Just by getting to know her.
I'm sorry?
Just by getting to know her.
To know
Gargi.
Gargi. Okay, we're talking about Gargi. And you had already said she was your first serious girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. How did the falling in love work out for you?
I'm glad I did it.
In what ways?
I got to know another person well and care for another person and have that returned as well.
So lots of good things happened.
Right.
Am I right?
Yeah.
When you wrote this, probably by the time you wrote this, good things had happened with Gargi.
Yeah. True.
But you still used the language that you lost the battle by falling in love. Maybe it was a tongue-in-cheek statement. Kind of.
I'd broken the pact to myself that I would fall in.
That was quite a pact. Okay. Any other pacts you've made to yourself? Kept or broken?
That I would never hate my mother.
That you would never hate your mother?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that pact. How did that come about?
That was also when I was a kid. I got angry at her, I guess.
So you got angry at her, and what happened?
I promised I wouldn't hate her.
I'm sorry?
I promised I wouldn't hate her.
How do you get from being really angry to promising that you won't hate her? I don't understand the connection.
Because it wasn't acceptable to be angry at her.
Did you tell yourself you wouldn't hate her, or did you communicate that to her, or both?
No, just to myself.
Anger is one thing, hate is a little more, or a bit more than anger.
Okay.
My thought is the anger so scary for that little kid that you have to make a pact that you won't hate so that you don't ever get angry again or something like that?
I don't know why I made the pact.
Do you remember the episode of being angry?
No.
But you're pretty sure the pact happened when you were angry at your mom.
Yeah, because I didn't want it to happen again.
I'm sorry?
Because I didn't want it to happen again.
Didn't want it to happen again. What might she have done or you have done to create the anger?
I don't know. I don't remember the details.
time you were spanking in the front yard, would it?
I don't think so. No.
What happens if one gets angry at his mother? What are the possible things that can happen if a kid gets angry at his mother?
She could treat you differently.
Such as?
Use hostile tones of voice or
Anything else she might do if you get angry at her?
put you in a timeout.
Anything else that she might do if you get angry at her?
Spanking.
Anything else if she gets real angry at you?
Ignore you.
Ignore you. Timeout's a sort of ignoring too, isn't it? Ignore you. I think of not talking to you.
Right.
What are you thinking?
Not thinking anything.
What did you say the last time we talked about not being talked to? Being ignored.
What about it?
Where did that lead us last time?
To valueless, I think.
Exactly. Seems to me that the single most important person that you want to value you is your mother. Especially when you're a little kid, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes being angry at her maybe a little dangerous.
I guess so.
Did your mom ever threaten to leave you?
No.
Did she ever threaten to not talk to you, or, well, to put you in timeout, I suppose? Okay. Far as you remember, did you keep your pact to not hate your mom ever?
Yep.
Far as you remember, did that keep you from ever being angry with her again?
Sometimes I would get angry, but I suppressed it.
Suppressed it?
Yeah.
Did you ever express the anger to her again?
No, I don't think so.
Can one express anger without hating?
Yeah.
Like how? Can you give me an example?
Well, if you drop a dinner plate, your mom could be angry at you, but she still means she loves you.
Pretty good example. Back to the notebook. The obsession to kill since I was a kid, with age, became more and more realistic. Started as the entire world with nuclear bombs, then shifted to biological agent, most recently turned to serial murder, and then you're working toward the theater scenario. That little set of sentences suggests that at this particular time when you wrote in the notebook, you drew some kind of connection between thinking about killing when you were a kid and ending up with the actual killing when you were a grown-up.
I guess it kind of progressed.
In some of our earlier talks, there seemed to be gaps in that progression, and it wasn't particularly connected. It was a qualitatively different scenario in the child. than in the person with the mission as an adult. Does that make sense?
I didn't have a mission when I was a child.
Right. Um, in the notebook comment, there's this suggestion of something a little different. That it was not qualitatively different, but merely, but a kind of evolving set of quantitative differences between what you called the obsession to kill since you were a kid and the grown-up carrying out of the shootings.
All right, it went from like everybody to just a small group.
Do you see that as a continuous, as a continuum, or do you see it as an interrupted continuum, like a dotted line, or do you see it as two separate lines, one as a child and one as much later in your life?
No, I think it's one single continuous line.
Okay. Was there any time when that line was interrupted? In other words, when you had no obsession or thoughts of killing other people, so far as you know?
No, not really.
Okay. Continuous line. And this is as you are remembering it in mid-2012, because that's when you wrote this.
Right.
And is this also as you remember it right now? That would
I
be
think
your
they're
impression?
one and the same. Yeah.
But I think I heard you say more amorphous when you were a child.
Right. There wasn't any clear details to it. It was just nuclear bomb.
In the notebook, you use the word obsession. An obsession with killing.
Yeah, because I think I have OCD.
I'm sorry?
I think I have OCD.
Put that in simpler one-syllable words for me. Obsession to kill. In a child, you name the age, whatever age you want to start with.
10.
Okay, at 10. What do you mean by obsession?
Recurring thought.
Recurring thought. How often?
It would vary. Sometimes multiple times a week. Sometimes going every other week.
Did it interfere with any of your kid activities?
No, it would occur on like downtime and like before going to sleep.
I'm sorry?
Before going to sleep, there are times when nothing's happening.
Occur when nothing's happening, downtime, going to sleep. Okay. I think you said that you never wrote about it or did any drawings about it or things like that. Is that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
I kept it inside.
Kept it inside. This is as far as you remember.
Right.
I did run across a couple of your early drawings, by the way.
I'm not a very good artist.
No, these are kid drawings. These are kid drawings. When you were in family counseling in Monterey, the doc or the counselor had you draw a house, and he had you draw a family. Remember that?
No, not at all.
Yeah, a long time ago. I am not a very good interpreter of children's drawings. I'm not a child psychiatrist, so I won't attempt to interpret them. But they didn't involve killing anybody, okay?
Okay.
They really didn't. You referred to the, quote, mass murder at the movies as the last escape.
I don't know what I was escaping from.
I don't either. Any thoughts?
I guess death is the last escape.
But you're talking about what you described as an obsession. starting over 10 years before. And that led to, quote, the last escape, comma, mass murder at the movies. Escape. I understand what-
Maybe the thoughts were escapism. I was using them to kind of get out of normal time.
And then you're apparently explaining this to the reader. And you say, so anyways, that's my mind. It is broken. I tried to fix it. I made it my sole conviction. But using something that's broken to fix itself proved insurmountable.
Right.
That's a logical statement.
Can't use a broken tool to fix something.
Well, I can't think of many really good analogies except just the statement that you made, that we need help to fix a broken mind. A mind that's seeing itself erroneously or operating erroneously. Do you think you saw yourself erroneously? Let me start out with childhood, age 10, 12. You had discomforts, you had uncomfortable times because of the way you believed you were. Do you think you viewed yourself erroneously? Or do you think you had an accurate view of yourself?
Back then I thought I was normal.
You thought you were normal, or you thought,
When I was a little kid, I thought I was normal. Yeah.
at roughly what age are you talking?
Like 6.
6. When you come up to 10, and you're thinking about killing people, and apparently you believe that's not normal.
Right.
Okay, because you keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
It worries you. That's my word, but did it worry you that you thought about killing people?
It kind of, no, not really. Not really.
Okay. As you if I had been some other kid playing with you, roughly your age, age 10, 11, 12, would I have thought you were abnormal?
No.
Okay. So from the standpoint of other people viewing you,
Is this a normal guy?
they viewed you differently. It may have been that you viewed yourself erroneously and the outside person was viewing you accurately. I'm not saying that very well. I guess what I'm thinking about is if the broken brain doesn't perceive itself accurately very well, why can't that mean that maybe it's not broken in the first place? Thinking one is broken is not always proof that one is broken.
Right.
How accurate or inaccurate do you think you've been in viewing yourself over the years?
Pretty accurate, otherwise I wouldn't have written it down.
How accurately do you think that you interpret other people or view other people as normal, abnormal, good, bad, trustworthy, not trustworthy? How good a judge of other people do you think you are?
Pretty good judge.
Pretty good judge. Do you think you are a pretty good judge of other people's feelings?
Yeah, I can tell when they're happy or sad.
When you were with Gargi, that was a close relationship.
Right.
Did you think you were a pretty good judge of how she was feeling at various times?
Yeah.
I remember you said you got candles on Valentine's Day. You made chicken,
Yep.
baked chicken for her, and you got candles. And I remember asking whether you got them for her or for yourself. Remember what you said?
No.
You said you got them for you because you like candles.
Yeah, and the scented candles are nice.
Beg your pardon?
The scented candles are nice.
Okay. Was there a part of you that got them because Gargi might have liked them?
Yeah, I thought she would like them too.
How much did you do for Gargi because it was something that you thought she would like?
Well, one time I went to 7-Eleven, got a Slurpee for, gave it back to her when she was studying for some tests or whatever.
Okay. Nice thing to do. You were thinking of her.
Oh,
You weren't particularly wanting a Slurpee. You went and got one.
I
for her.
drank a little bit of her Slurpee. Like,
In general, has it usually been more about James than other people, or no?
no, it's a balance.
Okay. Let's see what else I see. I skipped over the phrase that I was very interested in before, and that was in trying to, in the insurmountable task of fixing what you thought was your broken brain. A couple lines lower, you say, in order to rehabilitate the broken brain, my soul must be eviscerated.
I have no idea looking back on what that means.
I can show you the context if you like on that page. Would that help?
Maybe.
Okay, and here's the eviscerated part.
I don't know what I meant by soul. Or,
Okay. That's a very, it's a striking phrase, isn't it?
yeah.
Or a striking sentence. The next sentence is, I could not sacrifice my soul to have a, quote, normal mind. What comes to mind when you think of that sentence? My soul must, well, the whole context. In order to rehabilitate the broken mind, my soul must be eviscerated. What pictures come to mind?
I'm not sure what I meant by soul. It's kind of difficult.
I understand that. What comes to mind right now?
I guess the core of my being is a soul.
Okay. And eviscerated, what does that bring to mind?
Kind of cut out a weakness, I think. So I guess the broken part of me was so essential. It was a part of my soul.
So we go from broken mind to broken soul. And that's what you just,
I don't know if it's broken
at least
soul.
verbally went, that's the way the verbal track went. And for soul, you talked about the core inside of you.
Yeah.
Do you think you had the idea that your core was broken?
I guess so, because the brain is kind of the core of the person.
Actually, I'm separating that from mind right now, from the broken mind, the broken brain. I'm talking about something more visceral, more basic.
I'm not sure you can put this up.
What does the word eviscerated, just by itself, what does eviscerated mean to you?
I think it means cut out a weakness.
Cut out a weakness. Do you think that's what it means in this context, or do you think that's what the dictionary says?
I think it's what it means in this context. In the dictionary, maybe just to cut out.
My impression of the word eviscerated is a little more serious than cut out. I can cut out an appendix.
Right. But you wouldn't eviscerate an appendix. I guess.
I think of eviscerate as take out all the viscera, meaning all the guts, intestine, stomach, liver, kidneys.
I consider
Eviscerate.
that disembowel.
Beg your pardon?
I consider that to be disembowel.
It's exactly what eviscerate means.
Okay, well, I don't have a dictionary.
But, and again, if that's not what you think the word means, then that may be an irrelevant path to go down.
Okay.
But once again, you're a very smart guy. Summa cum laude.
Not summa, only magna.
Okay, magna cum laude. That's,
Not the highest.
okay, you're right. I would be a little surprised if you didn't know, particularly because you're in biological science, if you didn't have a pretty good feeling of what eviscerate meant back in 2012.
I thought like to cut out an organ or something.
Eviscerate my soul. My soul must be eviscerated. Any way you slice it, it sounds like a pretty radical cure.
Yeah.
And the next sentence indicates that you didn't want to do that cure. I could not sacrifice my soul to have a normal mind.
Right.
Is that the impression you get from reading the sentences together? Let me read them to you. Neuroscience seemed like the way to go, but it didn't pan out. In order to rehabilitate the broken mind, my soul must be eviscerated. I could not sacrifice my soul to have a normal mind. What does that sound like to you?
That my broken mind was such a part of me that I couldn't get rid of it.
Okay. So, erroneous impression or not, that's one way that you may have been thinking at that time, that it was impossible to get rid of? Or did you mean it's so much a part of me that I don't wish to get rid of it? I don't wish to get rid of that important part of me. I may have misunderstood.
It's an important part of me. So It's so important, I can't get rid of it.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for clarifying. It's so important that broken or not, I can't get rid of it. And you've got what you titled some crazy concepts here.
That was just like random stuff I was thinking about.
Beg pardon?
That was random stuff I was thinking about.
Some of which don't sound crazy, they sound kind of philosophical. And I don't think you were referring to yourself as, these are the concepts of a crazy person. I think
Right.
you were, am I right?
They were just kind of interesting.
Okay, I didn't want to misinterpret that. Okay. Ripple effect, butterfly effect. And this moves into some things that are a little similar to the things that you wrote yourself. Some philosophical concepts. And then a few pages of the whys. Once again, any
reason why I wrote that?
any thoughts or context for doing the why, like 5 pages of why?
I guess it just really bugged me, and I didn't know why things were the way they are. Kind of.
Okay. And the whys bug lots of people. As you were doing the why, do you remember what you might have been feeling? Was it frustrating to have why? Was it just angst of why? Are there some adjectives that go with the why?
Inquisitive.
I'm sorry?
Inquisitive.
Inquisitive one. So inquisitive suggests to me not much emotion, but inquisitive, maybe a thinking rather than a feeling or emotion, or emotional why. Is that just me, or is that the way you
I
would
was
call
trying
it?
to like figure the why in a thought process.
It takes a while to write why 250 times, however many times that is.
It wasn't that much, but yeah, it took a
I'll
little
bet
while.
there are 250.
Really?
I'll bet there are. I'll count them, I'll tell you tomorrow, how's it?
No, you don't have to do that.
But it's one thing to ponder and say, damn it, I can't figure this out. Why in the world? But to say why, for probably at least the 10 minutes it took you to write that down. That seems a little unusual. Do you recall the
I don't know what
context?
state of mind I was in.
Do you recall what time of day it was? Whether you were about to go to bed or just got up? Or
I think it was afternoon.
do you recall roughly when it was? After you left school? Before your prelims?
I think it was between dropping out of school and the shooting.
Okay. So fairly far along in the process leading up to the shooting.
I think so, yeah.
And a couple of pages later, we have the comment about casing the place, targets random, the cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate. We talked about that. The various possibilities, methods, and venues. And then the rather detailed laying out of the plans and for doing it. Chronologically, these are after the whys. So roughly when would you have been making those drawings?
June and July.
June or July? When you did these, actually when you did the whole notebook, were you anticipating that this would go to Fenton?
Yeah, I sent the address to Fenton.
Now, I know that you sent it to eventually, but this looks more like a worksheet for your own purposes, not a communication to someone else.
That was just a detail of my plans. And like scoping out all the tactical situations.
Was this used to detail your plan and think about it? Or was this a description of what you had already done for someone else to read about?
A description.
So this, for example, the drawings here,
Yeah.
the drawings here, you had already done that a long time ago.
No, after I go to the movie theater and watch a movie, I sketch out the layout.
Okay. But that's not these, or that is these?
That is those. Because it would be fresh in my memory to remember the schematic.
This suggests to me that the last details of the planning took place a little later than I thought they did. But
Yeah, I didn't go to the movies until June and July.
until
June and July.
late June, early June, or do you recall?
Late June, early July.
And when you started this notebook, I'm just trying to get it
That I don't know.
clear in my mind, but when you started the notebook, you started it specifically to eventually send to Dr. Fenton.
Yeah.
Okay. None of this was like a journal for you? None of this was something,
Well, the schemata was to know which area to attack.
so the purpose of doing this was not to send to Dr. Fenton, but rather to know which area to attack. And it just happened to be in the notebook?
No, it was both.
I'm sorry?
It was both.
Okay. But when you started out on some relatively early date, saying the questions, what is the meaning of life, what is the meaning of death, and your logo,
Yeah.
that was at the beginning of a communication to Fenton.
Yeah, I think I asked her like what the meaning of life was. That was one of my questions with Fenton.
Okay. And you asked her what she thought the meaning of life
And
was.
she wouldn't tell me.
She wouldn't tell. Did I ask you whether you thought Feinstein, he had this cast on his arm or something like that?
I thought that was a feint. I thought he was like keeping something dangerous in him.
Keep something dangerous. Did you think he was testing whether you would empathize with him?
I asked him about his cast.
I'm sorry?
I asked him about his cast. And so, how'd you break your arm? Or how your arm was doing?
Okay. And but my question was, did you think it was a fake? You thought it was a fake, according to what you just said.
Yeah, I was kind of paranoid.
Okay. One of the things that you thought might be involved in the fake was hiding a weapon.
Like, I thought he might be having a taser or stun gun.
Okay. Somewhere along the line, there was the idea, and I'm not sure where, that you thought he might have been testing you to see if you would ask him about it, to see if you would express sympathy or empathy.
I think I expressed empathy.
I'm sorry?
I think I expressed empathy.
Yeah, but my question was, did you think it was a test to see if you would express empathy?
That I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Fair enough. We've talked several times about the hatred of mankind that you wrote down. I'm still confused about whether and how much the shooting had to do with hating mankind and, as you say it here, being freed by the medication, perhaps, freed of concern about the consequences of the shooting. Whether the shooting had to do with your hating of mankind or intense aversion of people, versus the means to gaining their value.
Right. So, like, what weight did I assign?
How much of it had to do with what you describe as primary drive reversion to hatred of mankind?
Okay.
You hate folks enough, you may want to kill them, and some folks may kill them. Is that,
I didn't really hate any of the people in the theater. I just hate mankind in general.
were they representatives of mankind to be hated and killed? Or was the killing related?
As a crowd, they were.
I'm sorry?
As a crowd, they were kind
I'm
of.
talking about motivation for killing them.
Okay.
Why did you want or need for them to die?
Mainly for so I wouldn't suicide and have my value increased.
Okay. So those two things that we've talked a lot about, to help with your depression so you wouldn't suicide, and to increase your value.
Okay.
I don't think I've heard you say much at all, or maybe nothing, about they needed to die because I hate mankind, and they're part of mankind.
Right.
Right? Can you write what?
I didn't really kill him for that reason that much.
Okay. That much. You added that little.
That much.
Okay. What do you mean that much? Was it any
Well,
or
because I
some?
still hate mankind.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with you killing the people in the theater?
A little bit.
A little. Percentage-wise, give or take?
10% that much, and 90% the other one.
There were two others, not just one other.
Okay, then
Remember this?
I'm going to calculate 45% to 45%. Okay.
And I'm not meaning to quantify it intricately,
Okay.
but my question has to do with, does the long-standing hatred of mankind that you say experienced a primary drive reversion to hatred of mankind with you believe with the treatment, an intense aversion of people, how much did that have to do with the shooting in the theaters?
Very little.
Okay. Refresh me as to, and I can look this on a timeline, up on the timeline, I suppose. You're going to see Fenton that general date, and the time that you began to buy weapons? First weapon that you bought?
I think about a quarter of the way through of seeing Fenton, I went to bought the weapon, the first weapon.
That's helpful, thank you. Okay. And we talked a lot about the Dark Knight Rises business and the film and the window. We went through that a lot before. Your statement toward the end, what kind of God commands his people not to murder, yet cowers behind free will? I'm not sure what that means.
He lets everybody do what they want, but then says, no, you can't do this
It says as in commandment,
as a command. Yeah.
cowers behind free will. Cowers is an interesting word to choose.
I guess why wasn't he more bold? And
I'm sorry?
why wasn't he more bold and enforced it himself that people can't kill people?
I mean, why didn't he just make it so that people couldn't kill him?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Okay, I understand. All right. I think that's the end of the notebook. I do remember the burned money stuff. We talked about that a lot, though. We talked about the burned money and what it might have meant and things like that. That you enclosed with the notebook.
Right. Yeah.
Was that all the money you had?
No.
I mean, I don't mean all the money you had in the bank, etc. But was that all the money you could draw out? Did you keep
Yeah,
back?
like maxed out my debit card.
You didn't keep back any cash?
I think I kept like a couple $100 in my wallet.
I think you're right. I think they found a couple $100 in your wallet when you were arrested.
Yeah.
Am I right? Do you know what's happened to that money? Or to your wallet, for that matter?
Donut fund, maybe.
Beg your pardon?
The donut fund.
All right. Any questions for me right now?
Nope.
Anything that I should have covered better or should have asked better that you want to add just now?
No, that's fine.
I'd like to start tomorrow morning about 9.
Earlier.
A little early,
Okay.
yeah. Means you gotta go to bed early.
Not really.
All right. Thanks for talking with me again. I'll see you tomorrow. We may make it one long session or we may make it 2 sessions tomorrow. I'm not sure how that will
All right.
work out. All right. Okay.
I'm gonna turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the people just finished playing P-TR-1010. Members of the jury, it's almost 10 after 5. Thank you for your patience and staying past 5 today. Please remember all of the advisements I've been giving you throughout the trial in terms of your conduct when you're not here in the courtroom. They all apply overnight. Get some rest tonight, and I will see you tomorrow morning at the usual time. Thank you. Have a good evening. Please be seated, everyone. the record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Let me address the defense standard instruction 1 briefly. Last night I went back and looked at motion D-216, the briefs that were filed in connection with that motion and the order that I issued. And the defense filed a motion asking the court to preclude any expert testimony concerning the specific crime scene reconstruction evidence, and specifically the large-scale physical model of the theaters 8 and 9. In response, the people said that they were only intending to use the model as a demonstrative exhibit. And as a result of that representation, I didn't address some of the arguments advanced by the defense, and I treated the issue as a motion to preclude demonstrative evidence. And so given the people's representation and given my order, I am going to deny the people's motion to admit the exhibit as substantive evidence. So the defense's objection is sustained. In terms of the tendered instruction, I don't have a problem generally with the first paragraph. However, I have redrafted it to make it more accurate. And I said yesterday that I would do that. In terms of the second paragraph, it is, I think, confusing, and I am concerned that it will confuse the jury. And so my preference would be to just give the first paragraph. If the defense would rather have me give something along the lines of the second paragraph in addition to the first paragraph, then I have redrafted that, and I will read it here in a moment, and then you can tell me which one you prefer. So the two options are, number one, just having me give my redraft of the first paragraph, or number two, having me give my redraft of the first paragraph as well as my redraft of your second paragraph. And without waiving your objection, you can tell me what your preference is. And without waiving, obviously, the tendered instruction, which is now part of the record, that's tendered instruction number 1. So the first paragraph, as redrafted, reads as follows. Members of the jury, let me give you an instruction with respect to the People's Exhibit P-TR-1087, which is the physical model of the inside of Theater 9, a portion of the inside of Theater 8, and the area outside of Theater 9. A mark on this exhibit was corrected following the testimony of Brett Mills. Mr. Mills testified that the single impact in row 1 at seat 16, identified in earlier testimony by crime scene investigator Maria Perolina, was actually a fabric tear and not related to a bullet or bullet fragment. Therefore, the circle drawn by investigator Perolina on seat 16 in row 1 has been removed from the exhibit. That's the end of paragraph 1. That's my revised version of paragraph 1. The revised version of paragraph 2 is as follows. And by the way, I will have my staff make copies of this for you so that you can have, both parties can have it and think about it if they wish overnight, or for as long as they want to consider it. The second paragraph, as revised, would read as follows. Exhibit P-TR-1087 is a demonstrative exhibit and has been allowed by the court only for use in the courtroom to help you visualize certain physical spaces at the Century 16 theaters and to allow witnesses to explain and illustrate their testimony. Therefore, this exhibit is distinguishable from items that have been admitted as substantive evidence which you may have an opportunity to view during deliberations. Would you like a copy of this, Ms. Spengler? Please. All right, I'll have my staff do that. Would you folks like a copy of it as well, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Ron.
Okay, I'll have my staff do that, and then you can think about how you would like to proceed. Again, I've explained the two options. My preference would be to just give the first paragraph as revised, but if the defense wants the second revised paragraph included, I will include that as well. Is there anything else at this time with respect to this particular issue? No.
Judge, we can let the court know that we would prefer the second instruction the court read, both paragraphs.
All right, great. All right. I'll give you a copy then in case you want to make any suggestions, any revisions that you would like the court to make, but I'm satisfied that this it would be an appropriate instruction. And if your preference is to have both paragraphs as revised, then that's what I will do. But I'll wait to hear from the people in case that people have any objection to it, and in case that people have any suggestions with respect to the language used. Is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people? Mr. Brockler, do you have anything else?
No, sir, thank you.
You have one more disc, that's about 3 hours and 15 minutes for Dr. Reed. And then I'm assuming you'll have some questions following the, I guess at the beginning of the day tomorrow, and perhaps following the last disc, is that correct?
Your Honor, here's what I would like to do. One, I'd like to only play one video disc ever again in my life, and it will hopefully be tomorrow morning. But I do not intend to begin with questions. What I think I'll do is wait, since we have this natural break. And I think we can get through the morning and get probably up to the lunch break by playing that with the court's normal 20-minute break, and then do whatever limited follow-up questioning I have after the lunch break, and then turn it over to Mr. King for cross-examination.
Okay, and Mr. King, you'll have 5 minutes of cross-examination?
I intend to play all of the videos from beginning to end.
Okay. All right, well, that sounds like a plan, and then we'll go from there. I don't know how long Mr. King will take on cross-examination, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. Okay, anything else on behalf of the defense, Mr. King? No?
No, thank you, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. Have a good evening. I'll see you folks tomorrow morning. My staff will make copies of the proposed instruction. Here you go. The court will be in recess. Thank you.